In the bustling digital marketplace of classic automobiles, where gleaming restomods often vie for attention, a particular vehicle stands out this week on Bring a Trailer. It's a 1971 Ford F-100 pickup presented in a period-perfect two-tone, green, and it offers something increasingly rare in today's automotive landscape: unpretentious authenticity. This truck isn't trying to be anything it's not. It's a pure, honest representation of a bygone era, and that's precisely its enduring appeal. The truck in question hails from the fifth generation of Ford's ubiquitous F-Series, a lineage that spanned the model years from 1967 to 1972. This particular period is critically important in the F-Series' storied history. It was the era when the F-Series was undeniably a real working pickup, a tool of the trade for farmers, construction, workers, and tradespeople across America. This was long before the F-Series transitioned into the multi-purpose personal transport behemoth it is today, a shift that saw it evolve from a rugged utility vehicle into America's favorite family hauler and daily driver. By the late 1970s, the Ford F-Series had already cemented its position as the best-selling truck in America. A mere couple of years later, it ascended to an even grander title: the best-selling vehicle overall in the United States. A remarkable distinction it has, proudly held for more than 4 uninterrupted decades. But to truly appreciate the 1971 F-100 on offer, we must rewind the clock to the very beginning of the 1970s, to a time when the F-Series was simply a truck, albeit a charming and undeniably robust one. This specific example, a 1971 F-100, Sport Custom, feels like a genuine time capsule, meticulously preserved and proudly displayed on Bring a Trailer, a platform that, like Car and Driver, is part of Hearst Autos. Its design is quintessentially 1970s American, with a square-jawed, handsome profile that exudes strength and simplicity. One could easily envision this truck taking on a prominent role in a contemporary Western drama, perhaps even stepping in for a certain recently departed Yellowstone lead. The visual appeal is undeniable thanks to its striking boxwood green over seafoam green two-tone paint scheme. This color combination is not just period correct. It's evocative, conjuring images of open fields, dusty back roads, and a simpler way of life. The truck's stance is further enhanced by its original steel wheels adorned with classic hubcaps. Crucially, the seller deserves immense extra points for resisting the ubiquitous modern trend of resto-modding. There's no exaggerated lift kit, no oversized aggressive wheels, and no low-profile tires here. This F-100 has been spared the contemporary modifications that, while popular, often strip away the original character of these classic vehicles. It looks precisely as it would have in 1971, a beautiful example of automotive preservation. Adding another layer of character to this vintage Ford is its origin story. This good old truck was sold new in Oregon City, Oregon. For those familiar with American history, Oregon City holds a special place. Situated just south of Portland, it famously marks the end of the legendary Oregon Trail. The town is steeped in the legacy of early American settlers, whose ancestors successfully navigated the perilous journey, bravely dodging everything from dysentery to difficult terrain, ultimately finding new lives in forestry and farming. It's a charming thought to imagine this robust F-100 rolling through a town so intrinsically linked to the spirit of pioneering and hard work. While a 1971 F-100 would undoubtedly have provided a vastly more comfortable ride down the Oregon Trail than, say, a cumbersome Conestoga wagon, it's important to acknowledge its inherent simplicity by today's standards. The Sport Custom trim, while a mid-tier offering, was still focused on practicality. The interior features a durable rubber floor, covering, designed for easy cleaning after a long day's work, and a simple yet comfortable bench seat, ideal for 3 abreast or simply stretching out. Modern luxuries are limited to the essentials for the era: a 3-speed automatic, transmission for ease of driving, power steering to tame the larger tires, and power brakes for confident stopping. The single concession to entertainment is an aftermarket cassette player, a perfect excuse to hunt down some classic Conway Twitty tapes to complete the authentic experience. Beneath the imposing hood of this F100 resides a robust 360 cubic inch V8 engine. This power plant was a staple of Ford's truck lineup during this period, known for its ample torque and dependable performance, perfectly suited for hauling and towing. Importantly, the listing highlights that the truck has benefited from significant recent mechanical servicing. This isn't just a cosmetic refresh. Critical components vital to its continued operation have been addressed. The water pump, fuel, pump, drive belts, and battery have all been replaced, along with various gaskets, ensuring the engine runs smoothly and efficiently. Beyond the engine bay, the care continues. The shocks have been replaced to ensure a comfortable and controlled ride, and the entire braking system has been thoroughly gone through with new parts, providing peace of mind for its next owner. The sum of this diligent maintenance suggests that this F100 is not just a showpiece, but a truck that should drive as honest and reliable as it looks. At 54 years old, this venerable F100 has certainly earned the right to a quiet retirement, perhaps as a treasured collector's item or a weekend cruiser. However, its practicality hasn't been entirely abandoned. The presence of a spray-in bed liner indicates that it's still ready and willing to earn its keep. This F100 isn't just about nostalgia. It's still a capable vehicle that could easily assist around the house, hauling mulch for garden projects or transporting supplies for weekend DIY endeavors. In a world increasingly dominated by complex, tech-laden vehicles, the enduring appeal of this 1971 Ford F100 lies in its simplicity, its rugged honesty, and its genuine connection to a golden age of American trucking. It's more than just a pickup. It's a tangible piece of automotive history, a charming reminder of when trucks were built for work and built to last. For collectors, enthusiasts, or anyone who appreciates unadulterated vintage charm, this Bring a Trailer offering is a truly special pick. Before the Corvette became the fire-breathing, mid-engine ZR1 monster we know today. Before it became America's undisputed sports car legend, it had to prove it even deserved to exist. And that journey, it started here, with one car. This is EX87, the 1955 Chevrolet Corvette testbed that didn't just try a V8 for size, it helped save the entire Corvette line from extinction. It's a rolling experiment, a mechanical gamble, and a historical icon now heading to auction. A sports car in crisis. In 1953, Chevrolet launched the Corvette with high hopes and dreamy curves. It was America's answer to the sleek roadsters coming out of Europe, low, sculpted, and futuristic. But there was one big problem. Under the hood, a mild-mannered 150-horsepower Blue Flame inline-six. Paired with a 2-speed Powerglide automatic transmission, it sounded like a sports car but didn't move like one. Performance-wise, it was all show and very little go. By 1954, Corvette sales had plummeted. The car was beautiful, but the automotive world wanted more than just a looker. Rumors swirled inside GM. Should they cancel the Corvette? Write it off as a nice idea? That didn't pan out? The Corvette was teetering on the edge of oblivion. EX87, the experimental savior. Then came Maury Rose, a seasoned engineer and a three-time winner of the Indy 500. He wasn't just a racer, he was the man behind Chevy's revolutionary small-block V8 engine. Rose knew the Corvette didn't need to be scrapped. It just needed power. So in 1954, GM took an unsold Corvette chassis and turned it into a secret weapon. They designated it EX87. This wasn't just an engine swap. Rose dropped in a hand-built 307 cubic inch V8 prototype and swapped in a manual transmission for full driver control. He reworked the suspension, upgraded the brakes, and reinforced the frame. This was no longer a showroom cruiser. It was a track-bound missile. Then came Zora Arkus Duntov, the man history would call the father of the Corvette. Rose handed EX87 off to Zora, and he took it to GM's Arizona proving grounds and pushed it past a 160-mile Mafiri. Let's repeat that. 160 miles per hour in 1955. That wasn't just fast. That was revolutionary. The DNA of every Corvette since Duntov's. High-speed runs with EX87 proved what no executive memo ever could. The Corvette had potential. Big potential. It wasn't just a fashion statement, it could perform. It could win. GM took notice, and in 1956, the Corvette officially came standard with a small block V8. That single decision reshaped the destiny of the American sports car forever, from the aggressive C2 Stingray to the wide-bodied brutality of the C3, to today's C8, ZR1 with a twin-turbo V8 mounted midship. They all carry the DNA of EX87. Not just a showpiece, built for war. X87 isn't just a pretty survivor, it's a warrior. It's fiberglass. Body may be replacement 1955 spec, but the chassis, the spine, is the original test mule. This car still bears the marks of a life spent under stress. Mounting points for test gear, tow hooks, and reinforced components. The engine today? A 327 cubic inch V8 replacement, still a small block, still snarling with intent. Paired to a 2-speed power glide, it reflects the constant evolution EX87 underwent throughout its test life. It's seen multiple setups, multiple powertrains, all in service of perfecting the Corvette formula. This wasn't just a development tool, it was the tool that brought the Corvette into the performance age. Duntov's legacy on 4 wheels. Zora Arkus Duntov was more than an engineer. He was a believer. He didn't just want the Corvette to compete, he wanted it to dominate. And EX87 was his test bed, his hammer, his blueprint for turning a good idea into a great car. His 160-mile run in EX87 wasn't a stunt. It was a statement. To GM executives, "Give me the reins and I'll build you something legendary." That moment changed the internal narrative at GM. Duntov's vision became reality, and the Corvette was saved. Thanks to him, and thanks to this car. A survivor with a story. Today, EX87 isn't just a restored classic, it's a documented chapter of Corvette lore. It's lived multiple lives, changed hands, changed engines, and even changed skin. But the bones are still there. The same frame that thundered across the desert in 1955 is here, ready to roll again. Even more incredible? It's been in the same private collection for 57 years. That's longer than most people own their homes. It comes with period correct documentation, engineering memos, and vintage photos, offering a rare glimpse into the early Corvette development process. This is the kind of car you expect to find behind museum glass. But instead, it's crossing the auction block, giving someone the chance to own history. What's it worth? Historic Corvettes like this don't just show up often, and when they do, collectors take notice. Given the lineage, the documentation, the connection to Duntov and Rose, This isn't just another 55 Veta. This is EX87. That makes it practically priceless. The current bid may hit six figures or more, but the real value lies in what it represents. The rebirth of American performance. Conclusion. A legend at auction. EX87 is more than fiberglass and horsepower. It's a milestone. A machine that changed the fate of one of the most iconic car lines in history. Without it, the Corvette might have been a 2-year footnote in GM's past. Instead, it became a 7-decade juggernaut, and EX87 was the spark that lit the fuse. Now, it could be yours. Will you let history pass you by, or will you drive it home?
In 1958, Elvis still weighed under 200 pounds. The bridge on the River Kwai ruled the box office, and kids suddenly worried Sputnik might be spying on their backyard adventures. Meanwhile, Ford Motor Company unveiled the most hyped car in its history, the Edsel. Promised to be a miracle of modern design, it was more than a car. It was supposed to be a revolution. This is the story of a chrome-plated dream that turned into an American punchline, of optimism, architecture, absurdity, and the car that launched 1,000 jokes. But to understand why the Edsel flopped so hard, we have to first understand the culture that created it. Los Angeles in the late 50s wasn't just a city, it was Tomorrowland with smog. Drive-through car washes looked like flying saucers. Gas stations resembled space stations. Diners, motels, and even bra stores were designed like they were about to blast off to Mars. Want breakfast? Drive to a restaurant shaped like a giant donut. Shopping for records? Head to a building that is a stack of records. This was the heyday of Googie architecture, a wild, neon-lit celebration of the Jet Age, born in LA and soon plastered across America. It screamed optimism, it oozed style. It had no chill whatsoever. At the center of this atomic age aesthetic was one thing everyone in post-war America adored: the car. Cars weren't just transportation, they were lifestyle, identity, and even romance on wheels. Ford knew that, and they wanted in, big time. Ford spent 2 years teasing it, promoting it like it was part Cadillac, part rocket ship, part magic. Carpet. Ads promised more you ideas. It was supposed to leapfrog GM's Buick, Oldsmobile, and Pontiac brands with power, style, and innovation. The Edsel debuted in 1957 as a 1958 model, and it turned heads. Just not in the way Ford hoped. Its now infamous horse-collar grille quickly earned comparisons not fit for polite company. The design was polarizing and not in a good way. One ad boldly declared, "The Edsel look is here to stay." It was in junkyards. Within a year, Ford had redesigned the grille. By 1960, they'd shrunk it to near invisibility, and just 3 years after its grand Hollywood-level debut, the Edsel was dead. But if there was one place where the Edsel almost made sense, it was Los Angeles. So we took a 1958 Edsel Ranger for a spin through the neon jungle of LA. Not our Edsel, of course. We rented one from a movie car supplier. Still, it roared to life like a champ, the 361 cubic inch V8 pumping out 400 lb-ft of torque. No power steering, no power brakes, just 2 tons of steel and a steering wheel the size of a manhole cover, making a 3-point turn in Beverly Hills. Felt like trying to wrestle a gorilla in a phone booth. We stopped for a dog at Tailo the Pup, a roadside stand shaped like a giant hot dog that Orson Welles used to frequent. Then we rolled past the Capitol Records building, a circular office tower supposedly not shaped like a stack of vinyl records. Sure, and the White House was designed to resemble a coffee mug. Our Edsel had push-button shifting, a horizontal rolling. Dome speedometer and enough chrome to blind a satellite. It was weird. It was bold. It belonged. Cruising through vintage LA, we hit all the mid-century marvels. The Formosa Cafe, a 1920s gem turned 50s Hollywood hotspot, frequented by real stars like Lana Turner and her not-so-lucky boyfriend, Johnny Stompanato. Barney's Beanery, a Route 66 roadhouse turned beatnik hangout where James Dean once nursed a beer and Janis Joplin ordered her last chili. And the gas stations, like Jack Colker's Union 76, with its massive swooping canopy and Jetsons-worthy design. If you ignore the 6 a gallon price on premium, it still feels like 1958. And finally, Norm's Coffee Shop on La Cienega. Designed in 1957 by Googie legends Armet and Davis, it's all neon glass and space-age swagger. The Edsel looked like it belonged there, at least until a Tesla pulled in next to us. Part 5. What really killed the Edsel? 9. Isaka to 11. So what really killed the Edsel? Was it the design, the economy, the quality? Try corporate politics. Ford's grand plan involved 3 shared vehicle platforms across 5 brands. But things started falling apart when engineer Earl McPherson made the 1958 Lincoln a unibody design, sinking plans for a higher-end Mercury. Then came Robert McNamara, Ford executive and future Secretary of Defense. He hated the Edsel and quietly gutted its budget. One day after its launch, he was promoted to Group Vice President. Shortly after, Edsel's future was whittled down to a redesigned grille for 1960. In short, Ford didn't just abandon the Edsel, they sabotaged it. Author Thomas E. Bonsall nailed it in Disaster in Dearborn. If Ford Motor Company management wasn't willing to invest several years of effort in the Edsel, they didn't deserve to succeed. And that, my friends, was our time-traveling cruise through the glittering chrome neon lights and rocket-fin dreams of 1958 Los Angeles, a city that didn't just embrace the future, it wrapped it in fluorescent lights, tiki torches, and flying saucer car washes. The Ford Edsel may be remembered today as a failure, but in many ways it was the perfect symbol of its era, bold, flashy, overpromised, and misunderstood. It wasn't just a car, it was a rolling monument to a moment in American history when optimism wasn't just a feeling, it was a marketing strategy. Sure, the Edsel flamed out fast, but not before leaving tire tracks all over the pop culture highway. And Googie architecture? Though most of it faded under the gray skies of the 1960s and beyond, its spirit lives on. Every time you walk into a retro diner with a slanted roof, sip coffee under a neon sign shaped like Saturn, or catch a classic flick on Hollywood Boulevard, you're tapping into the goofy, glorious hopefulness of mid-century America. A time when the future looked like a spaceship and coffee cost a dime. Today, that optimism still lingers in the corners of LA, if you know where to look. The Tail o' the Pup, the Capitol Records Tower, Norm's Coffee Shop, they're not just places. They're living postcards from a time when we believed anything was possible, and style mattered just as much as substance. So next time you see a photo of the Edsel or drive past an old Googie building, don't just laugh at the quirks. Tip your cap, because these relics weren't just design experiments, they were dreams. And dreams, even the ones that stall out on the freeway of history, are what keep us moving forward. Thanks for riding shotgun on this nostalgic road trip. If you love this video and want more deep dives into automotive oddities, retro culture, or the stories behind the chrome, smash that like button, subscribe for more car culture content, and drop a comment sharing your favorite piece of 1950s design, car, building, or breakfast joint. Until next time, keep your tank full, your fins high, and your eyes on the open road. This is Bike and Car Saga, signing off from the driver's seat of history. Until next time, stay nostalgic, stay curious.
Long a builder of strictly, almost starkly functional utility-type vehicles, Willys adds a whole new dimension to the line with Kaiser Jeep's new 1963 Jeep Wagoneer. Up to now, most four-wheel drive enthusiasts, of which there are thousands, have been faced with the problem of needing 2 cars in the garage, a daily driver and an off-roader. Jeep and other 4x4 vehicles are the greatest for tooling over cow trails or across uncharted deserts. But for the most part, they're either too slow or too cramped and uncomfortable for freeway cruising. In most cases, true four-wheeling aficionados tow their rigs to the point where the modern highway stops and the real backcountry begins. With the new Jeep Wagoneer in the garage, the other car is no longer necessary. This is one vehicle that's equally at home anywhere. The Wagoneer was loaded with just about everything offered: power steering, power brakes, automatic transmission, independent front suspension, radio and heater, plus a host of minor accessories. One other small but important accessory was the warn hubs installed on the front wheels. These enabled us, by a simple twist of the wrist, to cut out the front wheels in two-wheel drive. This means less drag, therefore better mileage as well as less wear. We were favorably impressed with the recently introduced Tornado 230 inline-six engine. This is the only single overhead cam engine, OHC, produced in America at this time, and if Kaiser Jeep is successful with it, other manufacturers might follow suit. This i6 features an aluminum head, 8.5-to-1 compression ratio, 2-barrel carburetor, and 3.8 liters of displacement. Horsepower is very conservatively rated at 140, SAE gross, at 4,000 RPM. The relatively long stroke-to-bore ratio brings the torque peak in at a rather low RPM, 210 lb-ft at 1,700 RPM, which means that this engine will really buckle down and pull when the going is rough and slow. Out on the highway, the high horsepower peaking speed allows the Wagoneer to keep up with traffic and still have plenty left for passing. The power flow is smooth, and even though this is an OHC engine, its operation is very quiet. The 3-speed automatic transmission, made by Borg-Warner, is hooked up to the front and rear axles through a single-range transfer case. Models with 3-speed manual transmissions are equipped with a dual-range transfer case, high and low. Two-wheel drive models can be had with 3-speed manual overdrive transmission. Our test car had the standard, for automatics, 3.73-to-1 axle ratio. Wagons with manual transmissions have 4.09 rear axle ratios. Acceleration is quite lively for a vehicle of this type. It compares very favorably to most of the passenger cars of its size. A top speed of 90 km/h, true, not indicated, was reached on the test track at Riverside Raceway. The standing quarter mile took 20.5 seconds, with a speed of 68 mph. Standing start acceleration runs of 0-30, 0-45, and 0-60 mph took 4.6, 8.8, and 16.1 seconds. We didn't use forced shifts during any of the acceleration tests, but let the transmission do its own work. Maximum speeds at shift points were 31 mph, 4,000 RPM in first, and 51 mph, 3,800 RPM in second. At this time, Jeep is selling all of this model it can produce, and even has a rather large number of back orders. As a result, we couldn't keep the Wagoneer as long as we'd liked. It was already sold, so our fuel consumption figures aren't as complete as they usually are. We were able to determine that normal city and freeway driving will give figures in the 14 to 18 mpg range, going as high as 21 or 22 mpg for steady, legal limit highway cruising. In rough backcountry, with all four wheels pulling, the range drops to 10 to 14 mpg. With the 20-gallon fuel tank, this gives an operating range of anywhere from 200 to slightly over 400 miles to a tank of gas, regular grade, at that. One of the few complaints we had with the car centers on the fuel tank. It's a long, narrow tank that nestles up between the rear drive shaft and the curbside frame rail. This in itself is fine, because it's out of the way and well protected. But by necessity, the fill pipe, located on the driver's side, is extremely long and almost horizontal, and because of this, it seems to take forever to fill the tank. Owners will have to make sure that station attendants really fill the tank, because most of them have a tendency to assume that the tank is full when gas begins to slosh out on the ground, and this happens constantly as the Wagoneer's tank is being filled. While we're on the minus side, we'll mention the compass that comes as standard equipment on all Wagoneers. This can be a very useful accessory in a vehicle such as this, and although it was accurate as near as we could tell, it was designed in such a way as to make it a nuisance during night driving. The compass light is within the unit and not shielded at all. As a result, the light shines in the driver's eyes, a perfect reflection of the compass is thrown up on the windshield, and since the light is behind the compass dial, the dial isn't illuminated and can't be read from the driver's seat. We also felt the brakes could be improved a bit. During the course of our rough country tests, We ended up on what must have been a wagon trail used by the original 49ers. It was about 50 miles long and took us up and down several mountains, through dry washes, and across a couple of stretches where the road disappeared completely. We didn't break any speed records getting through this stretch, but we didn't waste any time either, and several times we had to stop to let the brakes cool down before we could continue. On pavement, we found that they faded rather quickly. On the 0 to 60 mph stops during our brake tests. Also, when the brakes got hot, they had a tendency to lock up suddenly, and this was accompanied by swerving. Pedal pressures were neither too heavy nor too light with power assist and didn't require any getting used to. Next to the new engine, the most significant engineering advancement on the test car was the independent front suspension layout. Away, it resembles the famous Mercedes-Benz unit. Basically, it's a single pivot swing axle, but where Mercedes uses a pivot point several inches below the axle's longitudinal axis, Jeep pivots it right on the center line. Mercedes uses the low pivot to keep camber changes at the wheel to a minimum. Because the Jeep unit is used at the front, it naturally contains steering knuckles at each end, and in normal operation, there are no camber changes at the wheel. So, in effect, although it's basically a swing axle, the steering knuckles allow it to operate just like a full independent system. The axle is the lower control arm and works with a shorter upper control arm, which is tied into a torsion bar at its inner pivot point. The Wagoneer is also available with the more conventional rigid front axle and semi-elliptic leaf spring system. Two-wheel drive models use a tubular axle and leaf spring system or a swing axle with torsion bars. We would definitely recommend the independent layout and feel that its added advantages are worth every penny of the extra cost, approximately $160. The rear suspension is conventional, with rigid axle and semi-elliptic springs. The springs are four-leaf with an additional top half-leaf to prevent spring windup. The boulevard ride is surprisingly smooth and not at all choppy. In two-wheel drive, the handling characteristics are quite a bit different from those of four-wheel drive. The car seems to heel over suddenly in corners and doesn't feel completely stable. This is, no doubt, caused by the amount of negative caster present in the front wheels, a necessity since directional stability increases with negative caster in front-wheel drive vehicles, just the opposite of rear-wheel drive vehicles. With the front wheels engaged in four-wheel drive, the Wagoneer corners very well, and directional stability is excellent. In the rough stuff, the independent front suspension really comes into its own. Traction is greatly improved, and it's almost impossible to get the vehicle in a position where one of the front wheels is off the ground. With limited slip differentials front and rear, the Wagoneer would be able to keep pulling even with one or more wheels off the ground. But try as we did, we couldn't get it into this position. With a straight front axle, it's a fairly common occurrence in rough country. We maneuvered through quite a few exceptionally rough stretches that would have jarred our teeth loose if it hadn't been for the front suspension. To check out the pulling, power. We took the Wagoneer where the soil was loose and sandy and went as far as we could in two-wheel drive. When it bogged down, we engaged the front wheels and the Wagoneer kept right on going. The only time we ever lost traction completely was on a real steep grade, no road, where the ground was covered with loose shale. The fact that we could go just about anywhere wasn't so surprising, because this is what you should be able to expect with 4WD. What surprised us was that we were able to do it with an automatic transmission. The transfer case is operated by shifting a single two-position floor-mounted lever. This can be accomplished whether the car is moving or standing still. A light mounted under the dash and right above the lever indicates when 4WD is engaged. A lot of quality has been built into these vehicles, and like their military forebears, they look as if they're built to last and last. The interiors are finished in tasteful colors and materials that belie the car's utilitarian purpose. 6 good-sized passengers can be carried in complete comfort with plenty of hip, head, and leg room available for everyone. There is also plenty of cargo space, which can be increased by folding the rear seat.
Before the Chevrolet Corvette evolved into the fire-breathing, mid-engine ZR1 monster we marvel at today. Before it ascended to its undisputed throne as America's quintessential sports car legend. It first had to fight for its very right to exist. It had to prove its worth, its potential, its destiny. And that arduous pivotal journey? It began here with one singular, unassuming car. This is EX87. The 1955 Chevrolet Corvette test bed that didn't merely try a V8 engine for size. It was the mechanical crucible that helped snatch the entire Corvette line from the precipice of extinction. It is a rolling experiment, a bold mechanical gamble, and an irreplaceable historical icon now poised to cross the auction block, offering a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to own a piece of automotive salvation. The year was 1953. Chevrolet, brimming with optimism and a desire to capture the burgeoning American enthusiasm for European-style roadsters, unveiled the Corvette. Its fiberglass body boasted undeniably dreamy curves, a low-slung, sculpted profile, and a futuristic aesthetic that seemed to promise a new era of American motoring. The public was captivated by its looks, but there was one colossal problem, a fundamental flaw that threatened to unravel the entire dream. Underneath those sleek, seductive lines, the Corvette harbored a rather mild-mannered heart. A 150 horsepower, blue flame inline-six engine. And to compound the performance deficit, this engine was exclusively paired with a leisurely 2-speed Powerglide automatic transmission. The result? It sounded like a sports car with its distinctive exhaust note, but it certainly didn't move like one. Performance-wise, it was all show and very, very little go. By 1954, the harsh reality of the market had set in. Corvette sales plummeted dramatically. While the car was undeniably beautiful, the American automotive consumer, increasingly sophisticated and performance-hungry, demanded more than just a pretty face. Whispers began to circulate within the hallowed halls of General Motors. Should they simply cancel the Corvette? Should they write it off as a noble idea that simply didn't pan out? A costly experiment destined for the scrap heap of automotive history? The Corvette was teetering precariously on the edge of oblivion, its future hanging by a thread. Then, a pivotal figure emerged from the depths of GM's engineering prowess. Maury Rose. A seasoned engineer with a keen understanding of automotive dynamics, Rose was also a legendary figure in American motorsport, a 3-time winner of the prestigious Indianapolis 500. But his true genius extended beyond the racetrack. He was the brilliant mind behind Chevrolet's revolutionary small-block V8 engine, a power plant that would go on to define American performance for decades. Rose possessed an unwavering conviction. The Corvette didn't need to be scrapped. It simply needed power. It needed a heart that matched its bold, sporting exterior. So, in 1954, with the Corvette program facing imminent cancellation, GM took an unsold Corvette chassis, a blank slate, and transformed it into a secret weapon, a clandestine project known only by its designation, EX87. This wasn't merely a simple engine swap. Rose embarked on a comprehensive overhaul. He meticulously dropped in a hand-built 307 cubic inch V8 prototype, a raw, untamed version of what would become the iconic small block. Crucially, he replaced the lethargic Powerglide with a proper manual transmission, granting the driver full, uncompromised control over the burgeoning power. But his work didn't stop there. He meticulously reworked the suspension to handle the increased forces, upgraded the brakes for improved stopping power, and reinforced the frame to withstand the rigors of high-speed testing. This was no longer a showroom cruiser. It was being meticulously transformed into a track-bound missile, purpose-built for extreme performance evaluation. The stage was set for another legend to enter the fray, Zora Arcus Duntov, the brilliant Belgian engineer whose relentless pursuit of performance would earn him the revered title of the father of the Corvette, was handed the keys to EX87 by Maury Rose. Duntov, a man driven by speed and an unshakable belief in the Corvette's potential, took EX87 to GM's sprawling Arizona proving grounds. What transpired next was nothing short of revolutionary. Duntov pushed EX87 to its absolute limits, achieving speeds that were simply unheard of for an American production car of that era. He pushed it past 160 miles per hour. Let that sink in for a moment. 160 miles per hour in 1955. This wasn't just fast. It was a seismic shift in the perception of what an American sports car could be. It was a declaration, a thunderous statement that echoed through the automotive world. Dunthov's high-speed runs with EX87 weren't just thrilling demonstrations of raw power, they were irrefutable proof. They achieved what no executive memo, no marketing presentation, no theoretical discussion ever could. They unequivocally demonstrated the Corvette's true, untapped potential. It wasn't merely a stylish fashion statement. It could perform, it could compete, and crucially, it could win. GM executives, witnessing this undeniable performance, took notice. Big notice. The decision was made. In 1956, a mere year after, X87's groundbreaking tests, the Chevrolet Corvette, officially came standard with a small block V8 engine. That single pivotal decision reshaped the destiny of the American sports car forever. From that moment forward, every subsequent iteration of the Corvette, from the aggressive sculpted lines of the C2 Stingray, to the wide-bodied brutality and raw power of the C3, all the way to today's cutting-edge C8 ZR1, with its twin-turbo V8 mounted midship, a configuration once unimaginable for a Corvette. They all carry the indelible DNA of AX87. This experimental mule was the progenitor, the foundational blueprint, for a lineage of performance that continues to captivate and thrill. EX87 isn't just a beautifully restored showpiece, it's a battle-scarred warrior, a survivor of countless punishing tests and modifications. While its vibrant fiberglass body may be a replacement 1955 spec, meticulously restored to period correctness, the very chassis, the structural spine of the vehicle, is the original test mule. This car still proudly bears the tangible marks of a life spent under immense stress. Custom mounting points for experimental test gear, robust tow hooks for recovery during rigorous trials, and strategically reinforced components that speak to its demanding development role. The engine residing within it today is a 327 cubic inch V8 replacement, still a small block, still snarling with the same raw intent that defined its purpose. Paired, interestingly, to a 2-speed Powerglide transmission, this configuration reflects the constant evolution and myriad setups EX87 underwent throughout its extensive test life. It saw multiple engine configurations, various powertrain pairings, all in the tireless service of perfecting the Corvette formula. This wasn't just a passive development tool. It was the active, dynamic instrument that propelled the Corvette into the performance age, transforming it from a stylish cruiser into a formidable contender. Zora Arkus Duntov was more than just an engineer. He was a visionary, a relentless believer in the Corvette's inherent potential. He didn't merely want the Corvette to compete, he envisioned it dominating. And EX87 was his personal testbed, his ultimate hammer, his living blueprint for transforming a promising idea into an automotive legend. His legendary 160 mph run in EX87 wasn't a mere stunt or a fleeting moment of bravado. It was a powerful, undeniable statement delivered directly to the GM executives. "Give me the reins," he implicitly declared, "and I will build you something truly legendary." That single moment, that visceral demonstration of capability, fundamentally altered the internal narrative at GM. Duntov's audacious vision began to materialize, and the Corvette, teetering on the brink, was unequivocally saved. All thanks to his unwavering belief, his engineering genius, and the tireless work performed by this very car. Today, EX87 isn't just a meticulously restored classic. It's a living, breathing chapter of Corvette allure. It has lived multiple lives, changed hands, seen various engine and transmission configurations, and even changed its exterior skin. Yet, the fundamental bones are still there. The very same frame that thundered across the Arizona desert at breakneck speeds in 1955 is here, remarkably preserved and ready to roll once more. Even more incredibly, this irreplaceable piece of history has resided in the same private collection for an astonishing 57 years. That's a tenure longer than most people own their homes, a testament to its previous owner's understanding of its profound significance. It comes accompanied by a treasure trove of period-correct documentation, original engineering memos, and rare vintage photos, offering an unparalleled, intimate glimpse into the earliest and most critical stages of the Corvette's development. Process. This is the kind of car you expect to find enshrined behind museum glass, a static monument to innovation. But instead, it's crossing the auction block, offering a fortunate individual the extraordinary chance to not just own history, but to possess the very vehicle that shaped it. So, what is a car like this truly worth? Historic Corvettes of this caliber, with such unimpeachable provenance, simply do not appear on the market often. And when they do, the world's most discerning collectors take immediate, intense notice. Given its direct lineage, the meticulous documentation confirming its identity, and its undeniable connection to two titans of automotive engineering, Maury Rose and Zora Arkus Duntov, this isn't just another 55 Vetta. This is the X87 that makes it, in a very real sense, practically priceless. While the current bidding may already be soaring into six figures and could easily climb far beyond, the true, immeasurable value lies not in its monetary figure, but in what it represents. The dramatic rebirth of American performance, the moment a struggling dream transformed into an automotive dynasty. EX87 is far more than mere fiberglass and horsepower. It is a pivotal milestone. A singular machine that irrevocably altered the fate of one of the most iconic and enduring car lines in automotive history. Without it, the Chevrolet Corvette might have been nothing more than a 2-year footnote in GM's vast and storied past. Instead, thanks to this experimental warrior, it became a 7-decade juggernaut, a symbol of American ingenuity and performance, that continues to push boundaries. EX87 was the spark that lit that magnificent fuse. Now, this irreplaceable piece of history could be yours. Will you let this extraordinary chapter of automotive lore simply pass you by? Or will you seize the opportunity to drive it home, becoming the steward of a legend?
In 1967, two legends roared to life: the Ford Mustang GT390 and the Chevrolet Camaro RS SS 350. This was no ordinary model year. It was the beginning of a rivalry that would define American muscle for generations. Let's take a look back at the very first battle of the pony cars. The Ford Mustang and Chevy Camaro have probably sold more magazines than any other pair of cars. Pit the two against each other, and you have a contest with the same emotional appeal as Mac versus PC, Coke versus Pepsi, Army versus Navy. Such contests have been widened to include Cudas, Firebirds, Javelins, and others, but most customers pay to watch the Ford and Chevy duke it out. The cars pictured here could have competed in round one of this epic battle: a third-year redesigned Mustang GT 390 and a freshly minted Camaro RS SS 350. Each was built early in the 1967 model year with the highest performing mainstream engine and suspension packages available. In the early 1960s, the first baby boomers were coming of age, and market research suggested they wouldn't be buying the cars their parents drove. They'd be looking to express themselves, but on a budget. Everyone got the message, and GM was the first to respond. To keep costs down, the Big Three leveraged the compacts they'd reluctantly introduced in 1960 to stem the flood of small imported cars. Plymouth had the Valiant, and Ford had the Falcon, both of which were miniaturized big cars. Chevrolet went with the more daring and sophisticated rear engine, air-cooled, independently suspended Corvair. This radical car never caught on with the masses. The Falcon outsold it by 74%, prompting development of the more conventional Chevy II Nova for 1962. But by bolting in bucket seats and sporty trim, the mid-1960 Corvair Monza became just what the boomers wanted, and it soon evolved into the young person's cool car. By 1963, Monzas accounted for 80% of Corvair sales. The 1964 Falcon-based Mustang and Valiant-based Barracuda were designed in response to the Monza's success. Meanwhile, Chevrolet design chief Irv Rybicki wondered aloud to GM design boss Bill Mitchell whether Chevy might win additional sales. By offering a cut-rate personal coupe, a Riviera shrunk to fit a Chevy budget. Mitchell liked the idea and set up a secret studio in a warehouse where Project XP836 was born. Riding atop the Chevy 2 platform, the clay model's dimensions and long hood short deck proportions were eerily similar to the Mustang's. Chevy, boss Bunky Knudsen liked the clay model, but demurred, noting that with the Corvette and Corvair Monza covering the sporty spectrum, the Chevy 2 and Chevelle spanning the mid-market, and a broad, full-size lineup, the last thing Chevy needed, or could afford, was another new car. Can you blame him? But the Mustang arrived and instantly became more popular than sex and chocolate, not to mention the Corvair Monza, sales of which plunged by a third in 1964. At first, GM brass was unimpressed with what they saw as an angular, unimaginative design. They felt certain their svelte, Euro-styled 1965 Corvair replacement could hold its own. But dealers signed 26,000 Mustang orders on the first day, and after 4 months and 100,000 sales, Chevy swallowed its pride and green-lighted development of a conventional front-engine, rear-drive competitor, codenamed F-Body. The mandate: make it longer, lower, wider, faster, and better in every way. The warehouse project resumed where it had left off. A replacement for the Chevy Dessato Nova was slated for 1968, and the F-car would share its architecture, which consisted of a unit body aft of the firewall, bolted via tuned rubber mounts to a front stub frame. This combo boasted the packaging efficiency of a unit body with the ride and powertrain isolation of a body on frame. For the first time at Chevy, computers helped speed the tuning of the aerodynamics and the suspension's ride-handling calibration. Dimensionally, the F-car measured several inches longer and wider than the original Mustang, and each of its initial engine offerings trumped the power of its closest Mustang rival. Initially, there were 2 inline-6s and 3 small-block V8s in 5 states of tune, depending on carbs and exhaust, followed by a pair of 396-cube big-block options introduced in November 1966. Chevy reckoned the key to winning over boomers was letting them custom-tailor their pony car, so the order sheet included a staggering array of 80 factory options and 40 dealer accessories. As the fall 1966 launch date loomed, all that was left was to choose a name for Chevy's Mustang killer. Panther, Nova, and Chaparral were considered and rejected. After mining the foreign language dictionaries, Camaro won the day. Chevy defined its meaning as French slang for companion, though Ford favored the Spanish translation, a type of sea shrimp. Detroit's a small town, so Ford had ample time to prepare for the Camaro. Having cranked out 1 million Mustangs, the tooling was shot anyway. In order to keep ahead on the power front, a 390 big block option was added to the order book. Accommodating it required stretching the front end 2 inches and widening the car by 2.7 inches, widening the track 2.5 inches and raising the front. Suspension's roll center improved handling, and interior space increased marginally. Stylists preserved but embellished all the original design elements, stretching the hood, widening the grille, deepening the side scallops, and extending the fastback's roofline to the rear of the car. So how did the upstart Camaro fare against the million-strong Mustang? Motor Trend ran the first driving impressions of both cars in December 1966, but they were driven by different authors at separate venues, and hence not compared. The Mustang GT 390, with its enlarged front anti-roll bar and stiffened springs, 30% front, 26% rear, drew praise for its quieter ride and improved handling, though it remained a heavy understeerer, and the big block produced major axle tramp on full-power launches. The Camaro RSSS 350's standard traction bar reduced wheel hop. Later, Camaros cured the problem using staggered shocks, but excessive tire spin demanded a light touch at launch. The front disc brakes required similarly light footwork to keep from locking. Stops from 60 meters took 156 feet versus the GT390's 134. In May 1967, we finally got all the ponies together, testing several variants of each. This time, the Mustangs understeered the most, the Camaros the least, and the V8 Chevys were prone to throttle oversteer. The Camaro felt the most agile in tight, twisty maneuvers, but its two-speed automatic drew loud criticism. We dinged the Mustang for unlighted ventilation controls that only the driver could reach, while the Camaro took heat for its lack of instrumentation and the low mounting location of the auxiliary gauges. No outright winner was declared, though reading between the lines, the Camaro seemed the favorite. Car and Driver compared the Trans Am Racing homologation versions of each and gave the nod to the Camaro Z28, which outperformed the tunnel port. Mustang in acceleration, 13.8 versus 14.0 in the quarter, and braking, 1.02 G versus 0.86 G. Road and Track chose a 289-powered Mustang over its 327-cube Camaro competitor, judging the soft-riding Camaro to be, frankly, a disappointment. Our photo cars were originally purchased by well-heeled boomers demanding the best-dressed pony on the block. Each spent half again the base price on optional upgrades, and as a result, both look and feel special, inside and out. The Camaros. A $105 RS exterior decor package adds classy hidden headlamps and chrome flourishes that sparkle against the royal plum paint and white vinyl top. Interior extravagances include air conditioning, power windows, a console with gauge package, deluxe, striped upholstery, and an odd fold-down rear seatback that doesn't pass through to the trunk. Our Clearwater Aqua Mustang is similarly equipped, with interior and exterior spiffs like turn signal indicators on the hood, extra chrome and styled steel wheels outside, two-tone aqua vinyl upholstery, a console with roll-top stowage compartment, and a fold-down seat accessing the trunk. From the wheel, the two cars feel more different than what their spec sheets suggest. The fastback Mustang looks racier, and the view down its extra-long hood reinforces the impression. The big block 390 seems always to be straining at the leash with its 3-speed C6 automatic, ready to make the most of the available torque. Though the 3.1 axle is better geared for economical cruising than jackrabbit starts. Overboosted power steering, typical of the day, transmits little road feel, but the heavy springs and shocks appear to control body motions quite well. The GT traverses bumps and dips without losing its composure. This restored 57,000-mile Camaro is tight and carefully assembled despite the beating it takes from period-correct Firestone wide-O oval bias ply tires that provide little cushioning over the rough stuff. The venerable 350 small block exhales a sonorous burble through the SS 350's dual deep-tone mufflers. It accelerates briskly at lower speeds, but the two-cog Powerglide slush box is a liability. Shifts are smooth while accelerating, but it clunks into low gear when slowing to a stop. The 396 big block and turbo-hydromatic 3-speed was a better match for the 390 Mustang. The steering and brakes feel even more overboosted than the Mustangs, but that's all part of the charm of a 1960s pony. While rare option Z28 and Shelby GT3 500 variants of the classic pony cars are gaveling stratospheric prices at auction, more mainstream models like these are still affordable. For $30,000 to $35,000, you can get a solid driver that's easy to maintain and repair and loads of fun at cruise nights. From bold styling to fierce competition, the 1967 Mustang and Camaro ignited a legacy still felt today. Whether you're Team Chevy or Ford faithful, this classic rivalry proves one thing: pony power never goes out of style.
Imagine it's 1958. Elvis is still under 200 pounds. The bridge on the River Kwai is topping box offices. and America is both obsessed with the future and terrified of it. Sputnik's beeping over our heads. The Cold War is heating up, but here in Los Angeles, the vibe is still pure neon optimism. And on the streets of this sprawling, sun-drenched city, there's a new car gleaming with promise and chrome. The 1958 Ford Edsel Ranger. Welcome to Googie Nights, a retro road trip through 1950s Los Angeles in one of the most misunderstood and unforgettable cars ever made. The Edsel was supposed to be Ford's crown jewel, a bold new brand filled with more you ideas. But instead of a space-age savior, it became the poster child for corporate failure. It was hyped like a flying saucer, built like a land yacht, and remembered more for its unfortunate grille than its innovations. But here's the thing. The Edsel is far more than just a punchline. It's a time capsule, a rolling monument to an America that dreamed in chrome and fiberglass. And there's no better place to drive one than through the heart of the mid-century modern dreamland, Los Angeles. This is a city where Googie architecture, named after a wild star-tipped coffee shop, turned gas stations into rocket ships and diners into spaceships. You didn't just stop for coffee. You landed at a neon-lit command post. LA in the 50s was Walt Disney's Tomorrowland come to life, with buildings shaped like record stacks, hot dog stands the size of hot dogs, and drive-ins that looked like launch pads. In this video, we're renting a real deal 1958 Edsel Ranger and hitting the most iconic and eccentric landmarks of atomic age Los Angeles. From the legendary Taylor the Pop and the Formosa Cafe to the record-stacked Capitol Records building, we're chasing the last glowing embers of Googie glamour. So, buckle in, fire up that 361 cubic inch V8, and let's take a drive through. A world where architecture pointed to the stars, celebrities haunted roadside diners, and America's car culture hit full throttle. Elvis still weighed under 200 pounds. The bridge on the River Kwai was on its way to becoming the year's top-grossing film without a single Major Warden or Colonel Nicholson Happy Meal action figurine having been sold. Running around naked in the backyard carried a new risk Sputnik. Might be peaking. And the Ford Motor Company, apparently jealous of all the press the Hindenburg had received, was finally selling its all-new Edsel, a car that for 2 years it had hyped so breathlessly. More you ideas. The public no doubt expected a flying carpet that ran on plutonium. No American city in 1958 was a more fitting backdrop for a gleaming new example of four-wheeled fabulous Orama technology than Los Angeles. The goofy Tomorrowland optimism of Walt Disney's nearby theme park had spilled right over the monorail and onto the sprawling auto-worshipping streets of LA itself. Want a quick breakfast? Just drive to the store shaped like a giant donut. Hoping to start your singing career? Head to the office building resembling a stack of records. Wife needs a new bra? Better find something that looks like a big Bloomingdale's. The rocket-age city of angels was having a blast, and no savvy business owner could resist taking a big living color bite of kitsch. Drive-through car washes looked like flying saucers. Gas stations became space stations. The average roadside motel blazed with more tiki torches than the entire island of Tahiti. Even coffee shops caught the fever. Soon after, pioneering architect John Lautner designed a flamboyant glass-walled neon-splashed diner called Googie's, its roof angling toward the stars from the pop culture epicenter of LA on the Sunset Strip. Seemingly every budget eatery in town and across America was launching meteors from its signs and slapping rocket fins onto its deep fryers. Googie architecture was born. Very soon, of course, the whiz-bang Edsel went the way of, well, the Edsel. Gushed an ad in 1958. The Edsel look is here to stay, which was true only if you counted very, very slowly, just 1 year after. The car's debut, Ford revised the dramatic horse collar grille, largely because most people thought it looked like, well, if you want us to say what it resembles out loud, you'll have to pick up a copy of Motor Trend Hefner. By 1960, Ford had shrunk the pseudo-collar thing into oblivion. Then just 3 years after its Geraldo Rivera grade entrance, the Edsel itself disappeared. Within the next decade, Googie followed. The Kennedy assassinations, Vietnam, Susan. Sontag Novels America wasn't in such a good mood anymore. Across the country, the meteors cratered, the tiki torches flamed out. Undoubtedly, due to its iconic status, the original Googie's coffee shop managed to survive until 1989 when it was finally bulldozed to make room for a very important Virgin megastore. By then, though, the Googie life was long dead. Of course, nobody loves a great second act more than Hollywood. For the fan of 50s culture, Los Angeles is one of the country's prime public time machines, thanks to the work of vocal preservationists and the fact that LA remains a leading purveyor of quirkiness. Devotees can still find plenty of mid-century lore here. Famous 1950s landmarks, period houses, kitsch classics, globules of Googie. We dusted off a 1958 two-door Ford Edsel Ranger from the Motor Trend vehicle humidor. Okay. We rented it from a company that supplies cars to movie studios and hit the streets in search of that heady, spacey land that restraint forgot. Kids didn't walk to school in the 1950s because America was a safer place. They walked because damned if mom was going to wrestle with 2 tons of atomic age steel lacking both power brakes and power steering any more than was absolutely necessary. Our Edsel has neither. They were options on the entry-level Ranger. So performing 3-point turns amid the palm trees of Beverly Hills is like trying to drag a 5-year-old out of a showing of Madagascar. After a workout like this, you need a hot dog. That's right. Just look for the gigantic tube steak. Tailor the Pup is to LA what the Eiffel Tower is to Paris, and not just because both are full of weenies. Built just after World War II, the Pup is quintessential kitsch and a true Los Angeles landmark, which accounts for its presence in countless movies, among them LA Story and Body Double. Orson Welles loved to fill up on the Pup's dogs, yet that hasn't scared the customers away. Order a baseball special, mustard, relish, onions, then get back in line and order another. In our first Edsel Ranger road test in October 1957, we measured a 0 to 60 to me of time of 10.2 seconds. That feels about right. A modern V6 Camry would blow. The 361 cubic inch V8 Edsel into the weeds. The old girl boats smartly away from stoplights though, thanks in part to 400 pound-feet of torque. Our Ranger also has the optional TeleTouch automatic transmission, which allows the selection of drive, reverse, etc. via push buttons on the steering wheel hub. Very George Jetson, especially considering that it was nearly half a century before Michael Schumacher finally got rid of his shift lever. Another Edsel innovation is its horizontal rolling dome speedometer, which looks like a giant compass. Come right to a heading of 45 miles per hour, Arthur. Believe it or not, there's actually some debate as to whether the Capitol Records building was intentionally designed to look like a stack of records. Why, sure. And it's pure coincidence that a guy looking very much like Abraham Lincoln ended up inside the Lincoln Memorial. Anyway, Capitol's 13-story headquarters, built in 1954 and just north of the famed intersection of Hollywood and Vine, lays claim to being the world's first circular office building. Don't be surprised if the company's next HQ accidentally gets shaped like an iPod. She looks just like Lana Turner. She is Lana Turner. What? She is Lana Turner. In 1997, director Curtis Hanson shot one of the most memorable scenes of his brilliant 1950s film, Noir Homage, LA Confidential, in the Formosa Cafe. Built in 1925, by the 1950s, the Formosa had become an A-list celebrity hangout, as the countless star headshots on the walls attest. The real Lana Turner and her gangster boyfriend, Johnny Stompanato, were indeed Formosa regulars at least, until the star's teenage daughter had a hissy fit and stabbed Stompanato to death at their home in 1958. Drop into the Formosa for a drink. Today, and there's a good chance you'll spot a modern-day celeb, no surprise, given that right across the street is the former Goldwyn studio, now known as The Lot, filming site for such 1950s classics as Some Like It Hot and West Side Story. You're hungry again. Barney's Beanery, a funky, memorabilia-filled bar and billiard parlor with a menu as thick as a newspaper, has been in its current location since 1927, when John Barney Anthony served beans to drivers passing via Old Route 66. Many of them, arriving in California to start new lives, nailed their old license plates to the wall, where they remain today. By the 50s, Barney's had become a beatnik hangout. Among them were James Dean and a still unknown Janis Joplin. Some of the patrons at the bar look like they've been there since then too. Though it wasn't built until 1965, Jack Coker's Union 76 station in Beverly Hills is one of SoCal's finest existing examples of 1950s-style space-age architecture. The Edsel seems to belong under the station's sweeping canopy roof, at least until that price sign comes into view. $3.11 for a gallon of premium? Surely an extra digit got tacked on there by mistake. What, no free roadmap? Don't you know what time-space continuum we're from? It's been a long day of sightseeing and dodging annoying sightseers. The old Edsel has been a peach though, always starting right up. Complex electro shift transmission, working fine, never overheating when idling in the sun. But hey, the Edsel sure does look swell pulling up under the winking neon of Norm's coffee shop on La Cienega. Designed in 1957 by John Lautner contemporaries Louis Armé and Eldon Davis, Norm's is a bona fide Googie masterpiece. Soaring jet wing roof, aquarium-like walls of glass, enough combined candle power to illuminate the Super Bowl. The hipsters. Come here now for late night coffee and pancakes. After bar food, they call it. In the 1950s, it would have been hangover-o-matic. What really killed Edsel? Forget the styling, the Eisenhower recession, the poor initial quality, and the untried dealer network. Edsel was dead before the first car was even sold. Edsel was key to an ambitious Ford plan to tackle GM's Buick, Oldsmobile, and Pontiac. The idea was to build 3 basic bodies, small, medium, and large, and spread the costs across 5 divisions: Ford, Edsel, Mercury, Lincoln, and Continental. The Fords and entry-level Edsels would share the small body. The upscale Edsels and standard Mercurys would share the medium body. And a new Super Mercury would be built off the next generation Lincoln body. The wheels began to fall off in 1956 when Chief Engineer Earl McPherson ordered the 1958 Lincoln be switched to a unibody design to boost volume at the Wixom plant. Built to manufacture the unibody 1958 Thunderbird, effectively killing the Super Mercury. Then, the day after the Edsel went on sale in 1957, Ford Division Chief Robert McNamara, who resented the power of the product planners responsible for the Edsel, was made a group vice president. Sources insist that McNamara had let slip that the Edsel would be discontinued, and sure enough, he began hacking away at the slow-selling Edsel's budget. Within months, he had reduced his future product plans to a different grille for 1960 Fords. In his book, A Disaster in Dearborn, O. Thomas E. Bonsall blames the Edsel's demise on the Byzantine politics played by warring management factions. If Ford Motor Company management wasn't willing to invest several years of effort in the Edsel, they didn't deserve to succeed. After a full day on the glittering, nostalgic streets of Los Angeles, the 1958 Edsel Ranger hasn't just taken us from place to place, it's taken us back in time. It's helped us rediscover a chapter of American optimism when cars weren't just transportation, they were statements, symbols of prosperity, power, and possibility. And what a ride it's been. We started in the land of giant hot dogs and record-shaped buildings, where kitsch was king and neon ruled the night. We rode through Beverly Hills, cruised Sunset Boulevard, and stopped at some of the most iconic mid-century landmarks that still survive. Barely. These aren't just tourist spots, they're living artifacts, holding on to the last echoes of a space-age dream. The Edsel itself? It held up beautifully. No power steering, no power brakes, but a whole lot of personality. That quirky teletouch transmission, the rolling dome speedometer, and the dramatic curves and chrome. It's easy to see why it turned heads, even if it flopped on the sales floor. But here's the truth. The Edsel didn't fail because it was ugly or underpowered. It failed because of corporate infighting, bad timing, and a lack of long-term vision. It was a car meant for a future that never quite arrived. And that makes it even more fascinating today. In many ways, Googie culture and the Edsel share the same story. Both were born of post-war American confidence. Both shot for the stars. And both were abandoned when the mood changed. But if you ask us, there's something magical in that failure. Something real. Something worth revisiting. So if you've enjoyed this ride through America's chrome-plated past, give this video a thumbs up, drop a comment about your favorite retro landmark, and don't forget to subscribe for more vintage road trips, automotive history, and time warp travels. We're just getting started because the road may move forward, but sometimes the best way to understand where we're going is to cruise back into where we've been.
For decades, the name Jeep had been synonymous with rugged, no-nonsense utility. Willys and later Kaiser Jeep had meticulously crafted vehicles built strictly for function, for conquering terrain where paved roads dared not venture. Their offerings were the stalwarts of farmers, adventurers, and military personnel, vehicles of almost stark functionality, designed to get the job done, no matter how arduous. However, with the introduction of the 1963 Jeep Wagoneer, Willys fundamentally altered this long-standing perception, adding an entirely new dimension to their venerable lineup. This vehicle was more than just an evolution. It was a revolution, a paradigm shift in the world of four-wheel drive. Bridging two worlds, the birth of the multi-purpose vehicle. Up until the Wagoneer's debut, the legions of four-wheel drive enthusiasts, a dedicated and growing cohort, faced a persistent dilemma. Their passion for off-road exploration necessitated a garage with two distinct occupants, a conventional daily driver for the mundane commute, and a specialized off-roader for weekend adventures. While traditional Jeeps and other 4x4s were peerless for traversing cow trails or navigating uncharted deserts, their inherent design often rendered them slow, cramped, and uncomfortable for extended freeway cruising. It was a common sight to witness true four-wheeling aficionados towing their trail rigs to the very point where the modern highway yielded to the beckoning backcountry. The 1963 Jeep Wagoneer promised to eliminate this necessity, offering a singular vehicle equally at home, navigating congested city streets, cruising effortlessly on the freeway, or tackling the most formidable off-road challenges. It was, in essence, the genesis of what we now recognize as the sport utility vehicle, SUV. Luxuries unveiled. A departure from utilitarian roots. The Wagoneer, in its most comprehensively equipped form, was a revelation of comfort and convenience. For a 4x4, our test vehicle was a testament to this new philosophy, loaded with an impressive array of features that were groundbreaking for its class. Power steering transformed the previously laborious task of maneuvering a heavy 4x4 into a fingertip affair. Power brakes offered superior stopping power and reduced driver fatigue. The presence of an automatic transmission further underscored its daily driver aspirations, providing a smooth, effortless driving experience previously unheard of in a rugged utility vehicle. Beyond these major advancements, the Wagoneer also sported an independent front suspension, a radio for entertainment, a heater for comfort in adverse weather, and a host of other minor accessories that elevated the overall experience. One small, but highly significant accessory that speaks volumes about its thoughtful design were the worn hubs installed on the front wheels. These simple devices, activated by a simple twist of the wrist, allowed the driver to cut out the front wheels when operating in two-wheel drive. This ingenious feature significantly reduced drivetrain drag, translating directly into better fuel economy and reduced wear and tear on the front axle components. Practical considerations that truly set the Wagoneer apart as a versatile, everyday vehicle. The Tornado 230, an engineering marvel under the hood. Under the Wagoneer's hood lay another testament to Kaiser Jeep's forward-thinking engineering, the recently introduced Tornado 230 inline-six engine. This power plant was not just an upgrade, it was a statement. At the time of its introduction, the Tornado 230 held the distinction of being the only single overhead cam, OHC engine produced in America. Its successful deployment by Kaiser Jeep hinted at a potential shift in automotive engineering trends, prompting speculation that other domestic manufacturers might eventually follow suit. This innovative inline-six boasted an aluminum head, a robust 8.5:1 compression ratio, and was fed by a two-barrel carburetor. With a displacement of 3.8 liters, its horsepower was conservatively rated at 140 SAE gross at 4,000 RPM. The engine's relatively long stroke-to-bore ratio proved particularly advantageous, bringing its peak torque of 210 lb-ft in at a remarkably low 1,700 RPM, This low-end torque characteristic meant the Tornado 230 would truly buckle down and pull when faced with rough, slow-going conditions off-road, providing the grunt needed for formidable obstacles. Conversely, its high horsepower peaking speed ensured the Wagoneer could effortlessly keep pace with highway traffic, with ample reserves for confident passing maneuvers. The power delivery was notably smooth, and despite its OHC design, the engine operated with impressive quietness, further enhancing the Wagoneer's newfound refinement. Drivetrain versatility, tailored for every need. The power from the Tornado 230 was seamlessly transferred through a Borg-Warner 3-speed automatic transmission. In our test vehicle, this automatic was paired with a single range transfer case, channeling power to both the front and rear axles. For those who preferred more direct control, models equipped with a 3-speed manual transmission benefited from a dual-range transfer case, offering both high and low gearing for enhanced off-road capability. Furthermore, 2-wheel drive variants of the Wagoneer could be optioned with a 3-speed manual overdrive transmission, catering to those prioritizing highway efficiency. Our test car, with its automatic setup, featured the standard 3.73 to 1 axle ratio, while manual transmission-equipped Wagoneers typically ran a 4.09 rear axle ratio, optimized for their more rugged, work-oriented applications. Surprising performance. More than just a utility vehicle. For a vehicle of its type and size, the Wagoneer's acceleration was remarkably lively, comparing very favorably to many passenger cars of its era. On the test track at Riverside Raceway, it achieved a verified top speed of 90 mph, a truly impressive feat for a 4x4. Its performance in the standing quarter mile clocked in at a respectable 20.5 seconds, reaching a speed of 68 meters. From a standing start, acceleration runs revealed its surprising quickness: 0 to 30 mph in 4.6 seconds, 0.45 meters in 8.8 seconds, and 0.60 meters in 16.1 seconds. These figures were achieved without forced shifts, allowing the automatic transmission to do its work as designed. Maximum speeds at automatic shift points were 31 Mph at 4,000 RPM in first gear and 51 1 at 3,800 RPM in second, showcasing the engine's broad power band and the transmission's effective gearing. Fuel economy and the quirky tank, the Wagoneers. Immediate popularity meant that Kaiser Jeep was selling every unit it could produce, with a substantial backlog of orders. This demand unfortunately limited our test time, preventing us from conducting our usual comprehensive fuel consumption tests. Nevertheless, our observations yielded promising results. Normal city and freeway driving consistently delivered figures in the 14 to 18 mpg range. For steady, legal limit highway cruising, the Wagoneer could even achieve an impressive 21 or 22 mph. As expected, in rough backcountry with all 4 wheels engaged and pulling, the efficiency dropped to a still respectable 10 to 14 mph. Equipped with a generous 20-gallon fuel tank, this translated to an operating range of anywhere from 200 miles in extreme conditions to well over 400 miles on the open highway, all on readily available regular-grade gasoline. However, our few complaints, with the Wagoneer largely centered around its fuel tank. While strategically placed, a long, narrow tank nestled between the rear drive shaft and the curbside frame rail, ensuring it was out of the way and well protected, its design created an inconvenient refueling process. The fill pipe, located on the driver's side, was by necessity extremely long and almost horizontal. This unusual configuration meant that filling the tank seemed to take forever. Owners would need to be vigilant, as many station attendants would mistakenly assume the tank was full when gas began to slosh out, a frequent occurrence due to the fill pipe's angle, leading to underfilling. Minor annoyances, the compass, and braking performance. Another minor minus was the compass, a seemingly useful standard accessory for a vehicle designed for adventure. While generally accurate, its internal lighting presented a significant nuisance during night driving. The unshielded compass light would shine directly into the driver's eyes, simultaneously casting a perfect reflection of the compass onto the windshield. Compounding the issue, The light source was positioned behind the compass dial itself, leaving the dial unilluminated and therefore unreadable from the driver's seat. We also felt that the brakes, while adequate for daily use, could benefit from improvement under demanding conditions. During our extensive rough country tests, we traversed a challenging 50-mile stretch that resembled an ancient wagon trail, winding up and down mountains, through dry washes, and across sections where the road seemingly vanished. While we maintained a steady pace, the brakes frequently required cool-down periods before we could continue. On pavement, our brake tests revealed a tendency for them to fade rather quickly during 0 to 60 mph panic stops. Furthermore, when the brakes became hot, they exhibited a disconcerting tendency to lock up suddenly, often accompanied by a swerving motion. On the positive side, pedal pressures were well calibrated with the power assist, being neither too heavy nor too light, requiring no acclimatization for comfortable operation. Engineering innovation. The independent front suspension. Next to the groundbreaking Tornado 230 engine, the most significant engineering advancement on our test Wagoneer was its independent front suspension, IFS layout. This design bore a conceptual resemblance to the famous Mercedes-Benz unit of the era. Essentially, it employed a single pivot swing axle, but with a crucial difference. Where Mercedes typically utilized a pivot point several inches below the axle's longitudinal axis to minimize camber changes at the wheel, Jeep's design pivoted right on the center line. Because the Jeep unit was employed at the front, it naturally incorporated steering knuckles at each end. In normal operation, this design remarkably resulted in no camber changes at the wheel. Thus, while fundamentally a swing axle, the integration of steering knuckles allowed it to effectively operate like a full independent system. The axle itself served as the lower control arm, working in conjunction with a shorter upper control arm, which was cleverly tied into a torsion bar at its inner pivot point. For those preferring a more traditional setup, the Wagoneer was also available with a conventional rigid front axle paired with a semi-elliptic leaf spring system. Two-wheel drive models offered either a tubular axle with leaf springs or a swing axle with torsion bars. However, our testing emphatically led us to definitely recommend the independent layout, asserting that its myriad advantages, particularly in ride comfort and off-road capability, were worth every penny of the extra cost, approximately $160, a significant sum for the time. The rear suspension, by contrast, remained conventional, utilizing a rigid axle with semi-elliptic leaf springs. These springs featured a robust four-leaf design, augmented by an additional top half-leaf engineered to prevent spring wind-up under. Acceleration and braking. Handling dynamics, two-wheel versus four-wheel drive. On paved roads, the Wagoneer delivered a surprisingly smooth boulevard ride, devoid of the typical choppiness associated with utility vehicles. Its handling characteristics, however, exhibited a notable difference between two-wheel and four-wheel drive modes. In two-wheel drive, the vehicle tended to heel over suddenly in corners and felt less than completely stable. This behavior was, without doubt, attributable to the amount of negative caster present in the front wheels. A necessary compromise since directional stability in front-wheel drive vehicles, even when selectively engaged like this, increases with negative caster, the opposite of rear-wheel drive vehicles. Yet, once the front wheels were engaged in four-wheel drive, the Wagoneer transformed. Cornering ability improved dramatically, and directional stability became excellent, providing a reassuring sense of control. Off-road prowess, where IFS truly shines. It was in the rough stuff where the independent front suspension truly came into its own. Traction was greatly improved, and it became almost impossible to maneuver the vehicle into a position where one of the front wheels lifted off the ground. While a vehicle equipped with limited slip differentials front and rear, which the Wagoneer could theoretically benefit from, would be able to maintain forward momentum even with multiple wheels off the ground, our exhaustive efforts to get this Wagoneer into such a predicament proved futile. This stands in stark contrast to vehicles with a straight front axle, where wheel lift in rough country is a fairly common occurrence. We navigated through numerous exceptionally rough stretches that, with a conventional solid axle, would have undoubtedly jarred our teeth loose. The IFS absorbed the punishment, offering a remarkably smooth and controlled ride even over formidable obstacles. To assess its sheer pulling power, we deliberately drove the Wagoneer into loose, sandy terrain, pushing its limits in two-wheel drive until it inevitably bogged down. Upon engaging the front wheels, the Wagoneer immediately found purchase and continued its relentless forward momentum. The only instance where we completely lost traction was on an extremely steep, unpaved grade covered with loose shale, a challenge that would humble most vehicles. The fact that the Wagoneer could venture almost anywhere was not entirely surprising. After all, that's the fundamental expectation of a 4WD vehicle. What truly surprised us was its ability to perform these feats with an automatic transmission, traditionally seen as less robust for serious off-roading. The transfer case operation was remarkably intuitive, managed by a single two-position, floor-mounted lever that could be shifted whether the car was moving or stationary. A small light, conveniently mounted under the dash just above the lever, provided clear indication when 4WD was engaged. Built to last, comfort, capacity, and enduring quality. A profound sense of quality was evident throughout these vehicles. Like their military forebears, they appeared to be built to endure, designed for longevity that would span decades. The interiors, a stark contrast to their utilitarian purpose, were finished in tastefully chosen colors and materials, belying the truck's rugged capabilities. 6 good-sized passengers could be accommodated in complete comfort, with ample hip, head, and legroom available for everyone. Beyond passenger comfort, the Wagoneer offered substantial cargo space, which could be further expanded by simply folding the rear seat flat, adding to its versatility as a family hauler or a workhorse. The 1963 Jeep Wagoneer was, and remains, a monumental vehicle in automotive history. It wasn't just a 4x4, it was the original blueprint for the modern SUV, expertly blending the rugged capability of a utility vehicle with unprecedented levels of comfort, convenience, and on-road refinement. Its innovative engineering, from the OHC Tornado 230 engine to the groundbreaking independent front suspension, marked a significant departure from tradition and laid the groundwork for a new category of vehicles that would, decades later, come to dominate the automotive landscape.
King of the Hill, 1968. Cadillac Eldorado versus 1969. Lincoln Continental. Mark III. At the end of the 1960s, the luxury car market was booming to the tune of about $2.5 billion, and Detroit owned it. Audis, BMWs, and Mercedes-Benzes were well-built driver's cars. But these bland-looking boxes were too small, Spartan, and harsh riding to suit well-heeled Yanks, and Jaguar was busy earning a reputation for quality lapses. So great was the demand for luxury offerings, especially personal luxury coupes and close-coupled sedans that lesser divisions of the Big Three were fielding flagships of their own. The Buick Riviera, the Olds Toronado, and even the once sporty Ford Thunderbird was becoming a limo. Cadillac and Lincoln clearly needed new blood to assert dominion over these pretenders to the throne. Cadillac decided to go cutting-edge techno with its offering, capitalizing on more than a decade's worth of research and development in front-drive technology. GM, Chrysler, and Ford all toyed with front drive in the 1930s, with little to show for it. But by 1958, Cadillac had a running front-drive prototype with a longitudinal engine. In 1959, Cadillac launched a program to create a spiritual successor for the opulent Eldorado Brougham, with front drive and the possibility of V12 or V16 power. Accommodating such a long engine required longitudinal engine placement, rather than the transverse arrangement Olds was developing for its compact front driver at the time. Then, in 1963, GM Group Vice President Ed Cole ordered Cadillac and Olds to consolidate their front drive development and share the Buick Riviera's e-body architecture. The Olds Toronado arrived for 1966. The Cadillac trailed by a year while a new assembly line was built. Lincoln's Continental Mark III wasn't built as a hasty reaction to the Eldorado, but rather it was a Lee Iacocca brainstorm to leverage existing Thunderbird architecture and fill excess capacity in the Wixom, Michigan plant where it was built, thereby cashing in on the personal Luxo coupe craze. The perimeter frame shares its 117.2-inch wheelbase with the four-door Bird, but the body is 6 inches longer. The passenger compartment rides farther aft on the chassis, making room for the regal 6-foot prow that provides such a strong visual link with the proportions of the Mark II and the original Continental. Working with a conventional 460 cubic inch V8 and rear drive architecture afforded Lincoln more time and resources to devote to refining its flagship. Extensive chassis reinforcements, rubber isolation of all engine and suspension mounting points, and 150 pounds of sound-deadening materials made the Mark III one of the quietest and smoothest riding cars available when it launched in April 1968. Now, Cadillac and Lincoln each had new flagships, both of which decisively overshadowed the lesser Mark, Pretenders. In July 1970, Motor Trend arranged a meeting of the cars that would be king. If you've got the American dream, if your goal is to move all the way up from your Biscayne station wagon, then the Lincoln Continental Mark III and the Cadillac Eldorado are the end of Status Street, king of the hill. But which one? Hence was born a 6-year serial road test. That first comparison consisted of just 4 columns of type on 3 pages, little of which was devoted to deep analysis of the car's acceleration, braking, and handling, save for a few zingers like this. Now, any clown who wants to take one of these cars to a road course and see what kind of violent under or oversteer he can force out of these immense, overly dampened, mushily sprung dinosaurs must be a little ding-a-ling. That said, the Eldorado's variable ratio steering proved more responsive, while each car's front disc rear drum brakes performed equally well, with lots of fade. In an unimaginable drag race, the 500 cubic inch 1970 Eldorado edged the Mark III out by 0.4 second to 60 minutes. Our comparison dwelled more on the luxury aspects of the two cars, finding the Eldorado's seats to be roomier but more fatiguing on long hauls, its gauges and switches easier to read and use, but less opulent looking, and its ride crisper and less luxurious. We crowned the Mark III King of the Hill owing to its superior plushness and luxury. That original comparison test generated bags of impassioned reader comment. So when Cadillac reskinned the Eldo for 1971, we reprised our King of the Hill comparo. The new styling didn't strike us as an improvement, and in most critical measures the cars shook out similarly. The fit, finish, and build quality of the Lincoln outshone the Cadillacs, and the Mark III still comes off like the family that has lived gracefully for years with its money, while the Eldo feels like nouveau riche, trying so hard to tell the world it's wealthy. Long live King Lincoln. For 1972, the Mark III was replaced by the larger, even cushier Mark IV, and we devised an elaborate tech-heavy 4-part analysis. Part 1 involved a week of in-town driving and an 800-mile road trip, during which the Eldorado offered laudable straight-line stability in contrast with the Mark IV's squirmy yaw on the freeway. Less fatiguing seats cinched the Eldo's lead in this segment. Next, we examined resale value, advantage Lincoln, repair, records, tie, interior space, Eldo best in front, Mark best in back, and noise levels, tie, and called the round a draw. Part 3 involved instrumented performance testing, which the Eldorado won decisively. Part 4 was a staff straw poll on styling, which the Lincoln swept almost unanimously, but having won 2 of the 4 categories, the Cadillac succeeded in seizing the King's crown from Lincoln. Both cars were largely carried over in 1973, so we devoted the pages to a State of the Luxury Car Union address, noting that while the strong-performing Cadillac retained its crown, the posh and stylish Lincoln was winning the sales war. Maybe we were losing interest. But our 1974 installment in the drama was so mired in a painful Knights of the Round Table thematic device that details are difficult to mine. But while the Eldorado got better gas mileage, the Mark IV was now faster, and it still rode smoother. And so it won back the crown. Our final installment was renamed The King's Ransom Road Test, and was expanded to include a Chrysler Imperial Coupe. The story also included a parallel test of the top sedans from BMW, Jaguar, and Mercedes-Benz. On the domestic side, the Mark IV was deemed quietest, the Eldorado the quickest, and the Imperial the best in handling and braking. The official winner? None of the above. Our editors had caught a whiff of the svelte new Eurofirm Cadillac Seville, and even though it wasn't tested, we predicted it would be the new king of both hills. How have the original contenders for the crown stood the test of time? To answer the question, Sandy Edelstein and Scott King bought one of each, both built with the rare vinyl top delete options, and let us take them for a spin. The cars are in exceptional condition, and each has a unique character. The Cadillac's sharp-edge design is by far the most interesting to new millennium eyes, while the Continental Mark III, especially in steel-topped guise, harks faithfully to the fabulous Mark II. Both cars accelerate effortlessly, with little audible report from the engine room. Neither offers even a modicum of steering feel or feedback, but the Cadillac responds to its helm more quickly and directly, and its brakes seem less vague and remote. The Eldorado's suspension filters out less of the road's rumbles and bumps, leaving a slightly crusty ride quality. By contrast, the Lincoln approximates a wheeled isolation tank as closely as any 1969 car ever did. It wafts over road imperfections without squeaking or rattling, though this may say more about its low mileage, 34,000 to the Eldo's 86,000, than about its original assembly quality. The view down each car's immense hood certainly puts one in an imperial frame of mind. The Cadillac's bow is dominated by a coffin-shaped central bulge. The Mark's is bordered by chrome-topped fences. The Eldorado's minimalist interior furnishings, though dressed up with real wood accents, can't compare with the Lincoln's classy Neo-Duesenberg cabin. After a day spent swapping back and forth between the cars, the descent from the high desert above Palm Springs in the Mark III with the AC cranked and Old Blue Eyes crooning through the 245/30 Stereosonic AM 8-track 5-speaker hi-fi validated our original decision, so we hereby recrown the Lincoln, Continental Mark III, king of the 1969 to 1970 Hill, 1968, Cadillac Eldorado, the stillborn king. Would the edgy Eldorado have been crowned king with a V12 or V16 snuggled under that mile-long hood? Sure seems likely, and it almost happened. One idea was to marry two small-block V8s to form a 530 cube V16. This concept received little development, but GM engineering staff progressed through several generations of development and durability. Testing of a 500 cubic inch 90-degree SOHC 24-valve V12 with 30-degree offset crankshaft pins. Few details have ever been released about this so-called V-Future engine that was intended to proliferate throughout the Cadillac range, starting with the Eldorado. Early versions of the aluminum block engine had iron cylinder liners, but later iterations employed an innovative die casting of high silicon aluminum intended to run without sleeves. On second thought, maybe it's just as well that this technology was tested on the Vega. 1969 Lincoln Continental. Mark III, the IV door. The Mark III was a runaway sales success, outselling the original Continental and Mark II combined before the end of 1968 and besting Eldorado sales by 20%. Might Lincoln have moved even more metal with a four-door? An early prototype of a reskinned Thunderbird was shot down, but another true Mark III four-door is rumored to have been built, possibly for Henry Ford II. Little is known about that car, but word of its existence may have leaked out to Martin Marietta. Boss Grover Herman, he contacted Ford to request a four-door Mark of his own. Ford farmed the work out to Lehman Peterson and Maloney Coachworks, who charged $13,325 to stretch the body and frame 7.3 inches and custom-fit suicide doors, adding over 700 pounds. Current owner Phil G.D. Schaefer reports that the body remains as tight and quiet as a coupe's. Ask the guys who own them. Mortgage. Broker Sandy Edelstein and automotive product specialist Scott King collect coupes large, 1958 Caddy, and small, Honda N600, none of which has a vinyl top. Why we like them. We both grew up around Cadillacs, and the cutting-edge style of the first-gen front-drive Eldorado really imprinted on us. The Lincoln was irresistibly gorgeous, and with the ultra-rare steel top, it seemed the perfect match for our Eldorado. Why they're collectible? Each was the flagship, not only of its marque, but of its parent corporation. The Eldorado pushed the technological and styling envelopes. The Continental Mark III aimed to reprise the opulence and build quality of the 1956-1957. Mark II, restoring, maintaining. Production volumes were relatively high, and most parts are readily available from multiple sources. So who is the king of the hill? Then, as long as there are Eldorado and Mark III owners around, cigar sales will continue to go up, and no one will ever agree. The Eldorado has a lot of seemingly more advanced technical conveniences. But from a strictly plush, posh luxury standpoint, the Mark III has the intimacy a car like this should offer. Bill Sanders, Motor Trend, July 1970. Now, the Lincoln Continental and Cadillac Eldorado were built in a golden age before emissions, and safety regs strangled engines and hamstrung car designers, yet after air conditioning and disc brakes were popularized. So in many ways, no future car can hope to ever achieve the style and panache of these kings of the hill.
Hey gearheads and classic car enthusiasts, welcome back to the channel. Today, we're not just talking about muscle cars. We're delving into the very genesis of one of the greatest rivalries in automotive history. Look at these beauties. On my left, the iconic 1967 Ford Mustang GT390. And on my right, the equally legendary, freshly minted 1967 Chevrolet Camaro RS SS 350. This wasn't just another model year. This was the year. 1967 marked the beginning of a battle that would define American muscle for generations to come. Ford versus Chevy. Mustang versus Camaro. It's a rivalry with the same emotional pull as Mac versus PC, Coke versus Pepsi, Army versus Navy. And today, we're going back to round one of this epic showdown. But how did we get here? To truly appreciate this rivalry, we need to rewind a bit. The early 1960s saw the first wave of baby boomers coming of age. Market research was screaming one thing. These young buyers weren't interested in their parents' sedans. They wanted to express themselves. They wanted style. And crucially, they wanted it on a budget. The big three, Ford, GM, and Chrysler, all heard the message. To keep costs down, manufacturers leveraged their compact car platforms, initially introduced in 1960, to fight off the surge of imported small cars. Plymouth had the Valiant, Ford the Falcon. Chevrolet, ever the innovator, went with the more daring rear-engine, air-cooled Corvair. Now, the Corvair wasn't exactly a runaway success initially, with the Falcon outselling it significantly. However, something shifted. In mid-1960, the Corvair Monza arrived. By bolting in bucket seats and adding some sporty trim, GM accidentally stumbled upon what the boomers really wanted. The Monza quickly became the young person's cool car, accounting for 80% of Corvair sales by 1963. This success didn't go unnoticed. The 1964 Falcon-based Mustang and Valiant-based Barracuda were direct responses to the Monza's surprising popularity. Now, you might think GM would have been quick to respond to the emerging pony car segment. But it wasn't that simple. Chevrolet, design chief Irv Ribicki, had already floated the idea of a cut-rate personal coupe, Essentially, a shrunken Riviera for a Chevy budget. GM design boss Bill Mitchell liked the idea so much, he set up a secret studio in a warehouse, giving birth to Project XP836. Riding on the Chevy 2 platform, the clay model had proportions eerily similar to what the Mustang would eventually become. But Chevy boss Bunky Knudsen, looking at Chevy's already vast lineup, the Corvette, the Corvair Monza, the Chevy 2, the Chevelle, and a broad, full-size range, felt another new car was the last thing they needed or could afford. Can you blame him? They had the sporty Spectrum covered, or so they thought. Then the Mustang arrived, and it didn't just sell, it exploded. It became more popular than sex and chocolate combined, and sales of the Corvair Monza, Chevy's once-hot youth car, plunged by a third in 1964. Initially, GM brass were unimpressed, seeing it as an angular, unimaginative design. They were confident their sleek, Euro-styled 1965 Corvair replacement could hold its own. But when dealers signed 26,000 Mustang orders on the first day and 100,000 units sold in just 4 months, Chevy had to swallow its pride. The green light was given. Development of a conventional front engine, rear-drive competitor, codenamed F-Body, was fast-tracked. The mandate was clear. Make it longer, lower, wider, faster, and better in every single way. The secret warehouse project resumed with a vengeance. The Erzbarnest F-Car, which would become the Camaro, was designed to share its architecture with the 1968 Chevy 2 Nova replacement. This innovative design combined a unit body rear section bolted to a front stub frame via tuned rubber mounts. The result? The packaging efficiency of a unit body with the ride and powertrain isolation of a traditional body-on-frame car. And, for the first time at Chevy, computers were used to help tune the aerodynamics and suspension. Talk about cutting edge for '67! Dimensionally, the F-Car measured several inches longer and wider than the original Mustang. And initially, its engine. Offerings trumped the power of its closest Mustang rivals. Chevrolet offered 2 inline-6s and 3 small-block V8s with various carb and exhaust setups. And then, in November 1966, came the big guns. A pair of 396-cube big block options. Chevy understood that the key to winning over the boomers was customization. The order sheet was staggering. 80 factory options and 40 dealer accessories. As the full 1966 launch date loomed, only one thing remained: a name for Chevy's Mustang killer. Panther, Nova, Chaparral, all were considered and rejected. After mining foreign language dictionaries, the name Camaro won the day. Chevy officially defined it as French slang for companion. Though I hear Ford had a different, more amusing definition. A type of sea shrimp. You gotta love the rivalry. Now, Detroit was a small town, and Ford had ample time to prepare for the Camaro's arrival. After cranking out 1 million Mustangs, their tooling was shot anyway. So, they decided to refresh and strengthen their champion. To stay ahead in the power wars, Ford added the formidable 390 big block option. But fitting that beast required stretching the front end by 2 inches and widening the car by 2.7 inches. They also widened the track by 2.5 inches and raised the front suspension's roll center, significantly improving handling. Interior space even increased marginally. Stylists preserved the original design elements but embellished them, stretching the hood, widening the grille, deepening the side scallops, and extending the fastback's roofline all the way to the rear. The 1967 Mustang was a more mature, more muscular version of its former self. So, how did the upstart Camaro fare against the million-strong Mustang? Initial impressions were mixed, primarily because Motor Trend ran their first driving impressions in December 1966, but with different authors at separate venues. No direct comparisons were made. The Mustang GT390, with its enlarged front anti-roll, bar and stiffened springs, was praised for its quieter ride and improved handling, though it remained a heavy understeerer. And that big block? It produced major axle tramp on full power launches. The Camaro RS SS3 F50's standard traction bar helped reduce wheel hop, though later Camaros would adopt staggered shocks for a more complete cure. But excessive tire spin demanded a light touch at launch. The front disc brakes also required delicate footwork to avoid locking up. Stops from 60 mph took 156 feet for the Camaro, compared to the GT390's impressive 134 feet. So, initial braking advantage to Ford. It wasn't until May 1967 that all the ponies were finally gathered for a comprehensive test. This time, the Mustangs understeered the most, while the Camaros understeered the least. The V8 Chevys were also prone to throttle oversteer, which for a skilled driver could be a lot of fun. The Camaro felt the most agile in tight, twisty maneuvers. However, its 2-speed automatic transmission drew loud criticism. Inside, we dinged the Mustang for its unlighted ventilation controls that only the driver could reach. The Camaro, on the other hand, took heat for its lack of instrumentation and the low mounting location of its auxiliary gauges. In that particular head-to-head, no outright winner was declared, but if you read between the lines, the Camaro seemed to be the favorite. Car and Driver compared the Trans Am Racing homologation versions, the Camaro Z28 and the Tunnel Port Mustang. The Z28 got the nod, outperforming the Mustang in acceleration, 13.8 versus 14.0 in the quarter mile, and braking, 1.02 versus 0.86 G. However, Road and Track chose a 289-powered Mustang over its 327-cube Camaro competitor, judging the soft-riding Camaro to be, frankly, a disappointment. So, it really depended on the trim, the setup, and the reviewer's preference. Now let's talk about these specific cars. Our photo cars were originally purchased by well-heeled boomers who wanted the best-dressed pony on the block. Each spent half again the base price on optional upgrades, and the result is 2 cars that look and feel truly special, inside and out. This Royal Plum Camaro, with its white vinyl top, boasts the 105 RS exterior decor package, adding those classy hidden headlamps and beautiful chrome flourishes that sparkle in the sun. Inside, it's extravagant. Air conditioning, power windows, a console with a gauge package, deluxe striped upholstery, and an odd fold-down rear seat back that surprisingly doesn't pass through to the trunk. And this stunning Clearwater Aqua. Mustang is similarly equipped with interior and exterior spiffs. Notice the turn signal indicators on the hood, the extra chrome, and those styled steel wheels. Inside, we have 2-tone aqua vinyl upholstery, a console with a roll-top stowage compartment, and a fold-down rear seat that does provide access to the trunk. A nice touch for versatility. From behind the wheel, these 2 cars feel more different than their spec sheets might suggest. The fastback Mustang, in this beautiful aqua, looks undeniably racier, and that view down its extra long hood really reinforces that impression. The big block 390 always feels like it's straining at the leash. Its 3-speed C6 automatic transmission is ready to make the most of the available torque, though the 3.0-0.1 axle ratio is definitely geared more for economical cruising than for jackrabbit starts. The overboosted power steering, typical of the era, transmits little road feel, but the heavy springs and shocks do an excellent job of controlling body motions. This GT traverses bumps and dips without losing its composure, feeling solid and planted on the road. Now this restored 57,000-mile Camaro feels tight and carefully assembled, despite the beating it takes from its period-correct Firestone wide O-oval bias ply tires, which offer little cushioning over rough roads. The venerable 350 small block exhales a sonorous burble through the SS350's dual deep-tone mufflers. It accelerates briskly at lower speeds, but that 2-cog power glide slush box is definitely a liability. Shifts are smooth on acceleration, but it clunks into low gear when slowing to a stop. Frankly, the 396 big block with the turbo hydromatic 3-speed would have been a much better match for the 390 Mustang. The steering and brakes feel even more overboosted than the Mustangs, but that's all part of the charm of a 1960s pony car. So who won the first round? It's tough to say definitively. Both cars had their strengths and weaknesses. The Mustang had the head start, the established popularity, and a slightly more refined big block experience. The Camaro brought a fresh, agile feel and incredible customization options to the table. Ultimately, both carved out their own legions of fans. Today, while rare option Z28s and Shelby GT3 500 variants are gaveling stratospheric prices at auction, more mainstream models like these are still surprisingly affordable. For $30,000 to $35,000, you can get a solid driver that's easy to maintain and repair, and loads of fun at cruise nights. These cars aren't just investments, they're experiences. The 1967 Ford Mustang GT390 and the Chevrolet Camaro RS SS 350. They were the opening salvo in a rivalry that continues to this day. They captivated a generation, and they continue to inspire awe. Which one is your favorite from this first battle? Let me know in the comments below. Pan over both cars. One last time with the music swelling. End screen with subscribe button, other videos. If you enjoyed this dive into muscle car history, hit that like button, subscribe for more classic car content, and ring the notification bell so you don't miss our next video. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you down the road.
Welcome, muscle car fanatics and connoisseurs of raw, unapologetic power. Today, we're taking a thrilling ride back in time to an era when horsepower was king, displacement reigned supreme, and fuel efficiency was, well, an afterthought. Imagine the tail end of the 1960s, a period when the automotive giants roamed the earth like colossal dinosaurs, stomping around with massive V8s, sky-high compression, and an insatiable thirst for gasoline. If you lived for muscle, 1969 wasn't just a great year, it was a legendary one. And if you were a Ford loyalist, there was one particular tyrannosaur that commanded all your attention. And here it is, folks, a big block, ludicrously overpowered. Pony car, a true titan born from the asphalt. We're talking about the 1969 Ford Mustang Boss 429. This very beast is now up for grabs on Bring a Trailer, offering a rare chance to own a piece of pure American automotive brutality. With over 7.0 liters of V8 fury packed under that iconic hood and a 3.91.1 rear axle, this isn't just a car, it's a tire-destroying behemoth of furious firepower, and fittingly, this T-Rex of the road sports a magnificent green finish, the Boss. Ford 29 Mustang was truly an anomaly, a two-year-only model built with a singular, unapologetic purpose. Only 850 fastbacks rolled off the production line for the 1969 model year, making each one a coveted piece of history. This particular example looks to be in absolutely fantastic shape, a testament to its enduring quality and a full rotisserie restoration completed over 2 decades ago. It wasn't just a car, it was a statement that Ford was serious about racing, serious about power, and serious about delivering an experience unlike any other. Prepare yourselves, because we're about to delve deeper into what makes this Boss 429. A super stang, a genuine living legend. 1969. Ford Mustang. Boss 429 on Bring a Trailer is one super stang the monster engined. Mustang was a 2-year-only model. The Boss 429. Mustang is all V8 and no apologies. Only 850 fastbacks were made for the 1969 model year. This example looks to be in fantastic shape and boasts a great color combination. If the first fuel crisis of the 1970s was a meteor heading toward Earth, then the tail end of the 1960s was the period when the dinosaurs were still stomping around like they owned the place. Cars powered by V8s with big displacement, high compression, and a burning thirst for fuel. If you liked muscle, 1969 was a great year to be around. And if you were a Ford fan, then there was one particular tyrannosaur you had your eye on, and here it is, A big block, ludicrously overpowered pony car, a 1969 Ford Mustang Boss 429, and this one is up for sale on Bring a Trailer, which, like Car and Driver, is part of Hearst Autos. With more than 7.0 liters of V8 power on board and a 3.91.1 rear axle, it's a tire-destroying behemoth of furious firepower. Also, fittingly, this T-Rex is green. Since the headline here is the saurian-sized motor, let's start with that. Displacing. 429 cubic inches, it was factory rated at 375 horsepower. Yeah, right. Quoted horsepower numbers at this time were often greatly underrated so that insurance costs wouldn't be astronomical. The transmission is a 4-speed manual, and there's a limited slip rear differential out back. The Boss 429 was sold for 2 model years only, 1969 and 1970. It was built to fulfill NASCAR's rules on homologating the 429 cubic inch V8 for racing. Carcraft, an independent Ford contractor that had worked on the GT40, was responsible for stuffing this huge motor in the front of Boss Mustangs, presumably making use of the world's largest shoehorn to do so. Besides big cubes, the Boss got a beefier suspension, power-assisted brakes with discs up front, and heavy-duty hubs and rotors. This example is a fantastic black jade green over black, and it cost just shy of $5,000 when new, a little over $40,000 in today's money. That seems like a bargain now, but it was basically double what your standard Mustang cost in 1969. With only 850 sports roof Boss 429s built for the 1969 model year, and only 162 of those in this shade of green, this is a fairly rare car. It's said to have had a full rotisserie restoration more than 20 years ago and shows very well. It's not an everyday driver collector car, more a special occasion machine with that prodigious power and thirst. But it is at least easier to live with than an actual tyrannosaur. We've all seen Jurassic Park. So there you have it, the 1969 Ford Mustang Boss 429, a car that embodies the very essence of the late 1960s muscle car era, all V8 and no apologies. It wasn't just about massive displacement, it was about the engineering marvel required to shoehorn that monstrous 429 cubic inch engine into the Mustang's frame. Carcraft, the independent contractor that famously worked on the GT40, was tasked with this seemingly impossible feat, creating a legend in the process. Factory rated at a deceptive 375 horsepower, a number widely known to be underrated for insurance purposes. This car truly delivered prodigious power, channeled through a robust 4-speed manual transmission. Beyond the engine, the Boss 429 received significant upgrades: a beefier suspension to handle the immense torque, power-assisted brakes with discs up front for stopping power, and heavy-duty hubs and rotors built for performance. This particular black jade green over black example is especially rare, being one of only 162 in this stunning shade for the 1969 model year. When it was new, this automotive titan cost just shy of $5,000, which translates to a little over $40,000 in today's money. While that might seem like a bargain now, remember it was double the price of a standard Mustang in 1969, a true premium for unparalleled performance. This isn't an everyday driver, it's a special occasion machine, a collector's dream with a thirst for fuel and a roar that demands respect. As the article wisely notes, it's certainly easier to live with than an actual tyrannosaur. We've all seen Jurassic Park. The 1969 Ford Mustang Boss 429 stands as a towering testament to an era of unbridled automotive ambition. It's rare, powerful, and undeniably cool. What are your thoughts on this legendary beast? Would you dare to tame this T-Rex of the road? Let us know in the comments below. If you enjoyed this deep dive into one of America's most iconic muscle cars, please give this video a thumbs up, subscribe to our channel for more thrilling automotive content, and hit that notification bell so you don't miss our next adventure. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you down the road.
Step back into the late 1960s, a golden age of American ambition where the highways were wide, the fuel was cheap, and the cars were titans of steel and chrome. In the fiercely contested battle for personal luxury supremacy, two champions stood. Above all others, from one corner, the Cadillac Eldorado, a vision of the future with its sharp knife-edge styling and advanced front-wheel drive technology. And from the other, the Lincoln Continental Mark III, a rolling monument to traditional opulence, channeling the grandeur of classic Rolls-Royces. The Mark III Coupe was a staggering success, but behind the scenes, a tantalizing question lingered. What if this icon of personal luxury had 4 doors? This is the story of that question, of the legendary rivalry it was born from, and of the almost mythical one-of-a-kind 4-door unicorn that proved such a dream could be made real. An empire of excess. The golden age of American luxury. To understand a car like the 1969 Lincoln Continental Mark III, one must first transport themselves back in time. The late 1960s were the zenith of a uniquely American brand of optimism. The nation was a global economic powerhouse, fuel was cheap, and the open road was a symbol of freedom and prosperity. In the automotive world, this translated into an era of glorious, unapologetic excess. This was a time before the looming shadows of oil crises, emissions regulations, and safety bumpers would forever alter the landscape. It was the golden age of the American automobile, and nowhere was this more apparent than in the fiercely competitive personal luxury car segment. This market was a battlefield for the hearts, minds, and wallets of America's affluent buyers. It was a segment defined not by practicality, but by pure style, comfort, and statement. It was pioneered by the Ford Thunderbird and challenged by the Buick Riviera and Oldsmobile Toronado. But by the late 1960s, the war for dominance was being waged by two titans, General Motors' Cadillac Eldorado and Ford's Lincoln Continental Mark III. These weren't just cars. They were rolling declarations of success, crafted from acres of sheet metal, powered by colossal V8 engines, and appointed with every conceivable luxury. The Phoenix from Dearborn, rebirth of the Mark. The story of the Mark III is one of resurrection. Its namesake, the 1956-57 Continental Mark II, was a hand-built masterpiece, a car of such exquisite quality and design that it remains a benchmark to this day. It was also a catastrophic financial failure for Ford, losing thousands on every car sold. The Mark nameplate lay dormant for a decade, too prestigious to abandon, but too costly to repeat. Enter Lee Iacocca, Ford's ambitious and visionary executive. Iacocca saw a path to reviving the legendary Mark name without bankrupting the company. His genius was in platform sharing. He decreed that the new Mark III would be built upon the chassis of the 4-door Ford Thunderbird. This decision provided a proven cost-effective foundation, allowing the team to focus their budget on what mattered most in the personal luxury segment, styling and features. Create a car that looked like $1 million. The Mark III was a masterpiece of proportion. It embodied the long hood, short deck design ethos, giving it a powerful, athletic stance despite its immense size. The styling was dripping with neoclassical elegance. A tall Rolls-Royce-inspired chrome grille gave it an imposing face, while the rear featured a distinctive hump on the trunk lid, a stylized homage to the external spare tires of classic cars, which quickly became known as the Mark of the Mark. Inside, it was a sanctuary of soft leather, genuine wood trim, and deep pile carpeting, designed to isolate its occupants from the outside world in near total silence. Powering this 5,000-pound beast was Ford's new 460 cubic inch 7.5-liter V8 engine, producing a formidable 365 horsepower and a mountain of torque, making the Mark III effortlessly potent. The strategy was a resounding success. The Mark III hit showrooms in 1968 as a 1969 model and became a runaway smash hit. It outsold the original Continental and the legendary Mark II combined before the calendar year was even over. And most importantly, it bested its arch rival, the Cadillac Eldorado, by a stunning 20%. Lincoln had a winner, a car that perfectly captured the zeitgeist of the era. The four-door Enigma, a car for the deuce. With coupes flying out of showrooms, the question naturally arose within the halls of Ford. Could they have moved even more? Meddle with a four-door version? While a sedan might seem antithetical to the personal luxury coupe concept, the sheer demand for the Mark III style made it a tantalizing possibility. An early design prototype based on a reskinned Thunderbird was considered but ultimately shot down. However, whispers persisted of another true Mark III four-door, a secret project rumored to have been built for the ultimate VIP, Henry Ford. Tour, known affectionately and fearfully as Hank the Deuce, the grandson of the company founder, was a man of immense power and particular tastes, known for commissioning special one-off vehicles. While little is concretely known about this car and its ultimate fate, the very existence of the rumor adds a layer of mystique to the Mark III legend. The Herman Commission, a unicorn made real. Word of a possible four-door Mark III may have leaked out from Dearborn's inner sanctum, because it reached the ears of a man with the influence and means to make such a dream a reality. Grover Herman, the powerful head of the Martin Marietta Corporation. Herman, a titan of the aerospace and construction materials industries, contacted Ford directly with an audacious request. He wanted a four-door Continental Mark III of his own. Ford, not equipped for such extensive one-off coachwork, outsourced the project to the absolute best in the business, a collaboration between Chicago-based Lehman Peterson and Maloney Coachworks. These were not mere custom shops. They were world-renowned artisans responsible for building official presidential limousines and other highly specialized vehicles for heads of state and industry. The task was monumental. The team took a standard Mark III coupe and began the painstaking process of transformation. The body and frame were carefully stretched by 7.3 inches, an engineering challenge that required immense skill to execute without compromising the structural rigidity of the unibody platform. The true centerpiece of the conversion was the addition of rear-hinged suicide doors, custom fitted to integrate seamlessly with the car's flowing lines. This added over 700 pounds to the car's already substantial weight. The cost for this singular creation in 1969 was a staggering $13,325. To put that into perspective, a standard lavishly equipped Mark III coupe cost around $7,000. For the price of the Herman Commission, one could have purchased two Mark III coupes or a very comfortable suburban home. The result, however, was a masterpiece. It was a vehicle that retained the stunning style of the coupe, but added the gravitas and practicality of a four-door sedan, creating a vehicle of unparalleled presence. The current owner, Phil G.D. Schaefer, who has lovingly preserved this unique piece of history, reports that despite the extensive modifications, the body remains as tight, solid, and quiet as a factory coupe, a powerful testament to the incredible craftsmanship of the Lehman Peterson and Maloney coach builders. Kings of the Hill, an owner's perspective. To truly appreciate these cars, you have to ask the guys who own them. Mortgage broker Sandy Edelstein and automotive product specialist Scott King are collectors who own both a 1969 Continental Mark III and its rival, the Cadillac Eldorado. We both grew up around Cadillacs, and the cutting-edge style of the first-gen front-drive Eldorado really imprinted on us, they note. The Lincoln was irresistibly gorgeous, and with the ultra-rare steel top, it seemed the perfect match for our Eldorado. Their perspective highlights the core of the rivalry. The Eldorado was a technological and stylistic trailblazer. With its front-wheel drive layout and sharp crease styling, it looked like it had driven out of the future. The Continental Mark III, conversely, was a deliberate look back. It aimed to recapture the sheer opulence, imposing presence, and bank vault. Build quality of the revered Mark II. The debate over which was superior raged then, and it rages now. A 1970 Motor Trend review, quoted by Bill Sanders, attempted to settle the score. The Eldorado has a lot of seemingly more advanced technical conveniences, but from a strictly plush, posh luxury standpoint, the Mark III has the intimacy a car like this should offer. This captures the essence of the Lincoln's appeal. It wasn't about being the most advanced. It was about being the most luxurious, the most comfortable, the most isolating and intimate personal sanctuary on wheels. A verdict frozen in time. So who was the true king of the hill? In the end, there is no definitive answer. It comes down to a matter of taste. Cadillac's forward-looking high-tech futurism versus Lincoln's timeless, traditional, and unapologetic opulence. What is certain is that these cars represent a moment in time that can never be replicated. They were born in that perfect window of the golden age, after the popularization of crucial modern features like automatic air conditioning and power disc brakes, but before the industry was hamstrung by regulations that would strangle engines and dictate design. No future car beholden to aerodynamics, crash standards, and efficiency can ever hope to achieve the same kind of audacious style and sheer panache. They are artifacts from an empire of excess, glorious metal dinosaurs from a bygone era, and among them, the unique coach-built four-door Grover Herman Continental Mark III stands as the rarest of them all, a true unicorn from Dearborn, and a rolling testament to a time when if you were powerful enough, you could have your automotive dream made real. In the end, the debate over which car was truly king of the hill will never be settled, because the Lincoln Continental Mark III and the Cadillac Eldorado represented two fundamentally different yet equally valid philosophies of luxury. It was a choice between Cadillac's daring futuristic vision and Lincoln's profound intimate comfort. More than just a rivalry, these cars serve as a magnificent time capsule from an unrepeatable era, a moment sealed in time before safety and emissions regulations would forever change automotive design. The singular coach-built four-door Mark. A third stands as the ultimate testament to that bygone age. It is more than just a rare car. It is a symbol of a time when a powerful individual could command a corporate giant to build a unique dream, a monument to the audacious spirit and artisanal craftsmanship that defined the peak of American automotive luxury.
Welcome, adventurers, explorers, and purists of the authentic off-road experience. In a world saturated with sleek, luxurious SUVs that boast more screens than actual off-road capability, there remains a beacon of true utilitarian heritage. Today, we're setting our sights on a vehicle that defines rugged simplicity, a machine whose very silhouette conjures images of remote expeditions, untamed landscapes, and perhaps even royalty navigating the vast African plains. We're talking, of course, about the legendary Land Rover. For generations, particularly in less developed corners of our planet, the first automobile many people ever witnessed was not a glamorous sedan or a powerful truck, but a sturdy, boxy Land Rover, valiantly bouncing over unimaginable terrain. This isn't just folklore. It's a testament to their unparalleled design philosophy. These original series Land Rovers were built for purpose, rugged, disarmingly simple, and crucially, if not always perfectly reliable, then at least remarkably easy to mend with whatever scraps and ingenuity you had on hand. They were the trusty steed for anyone daring to explore far-off lands, much like the plinth helmet and khaki shorts often worn by their intrepid drivers. The design of the series Land Rover has, over the decades, become absolutely iconic. A shape so enduring that it's been endlessly imitated, yet never truly replicated in character. And while modern vehicles may draw inspiration, you simply cannot beat the raw charm and authentic spirit of an original. Which brings us to today's star, this magnificent 1970 Land Rover Series 2IA, recently featured for online auction on Bring a Trailer. This isn't just a vehicle, it's a meticulously restored slice of history, offering that stripped-down, old-school 4x4 experience that purists crave. From its unmistakable inboard headlights and rugged auxiliary jerry cans to its classic canvas roof, this Landy has everything you could ever want in a vintage expedition vehicle. It's the kind of machine that effortlessly transforms even a routine drive to pick up takeout into an exhilarating, small-scale expedition. Get ready to embark on a journey into true automotive authenticity. 1970 Land Rover Series 2 on Bring a Trailer is authentically old school. This vintage Landy is like something Queen Elizabeth II would have driven. Why buy an SUV inspired by classic Land Rovers when you can have the real deal? Offered for online auction by Bring a Trailer, this 1970 Land Rover Series 2 offers a stripped-down, old-school 4x4 experience, yet with overdrive it can also be driven on the highway. There are a few modern touches including a Marshall speaker, and even cup holders. Update: this Land Rover sold on April 30th for $4,250. There's no real way to prove it as a fact, but it is said that for many people in less developed countries, the first automobile they ever saw was a boxy Land Rover bouncing over rough terrain. Rugged, simple, and if not terribly reliable, then at least easy to repair with whatever you had on hand. The original series Land Rovers were well suited for exploring far-off lands, much like the plinth helmet and khaki shorts often worn by their drivers. The design of the series Land Rover has become iconic and much imitated, but you can't beat the character and charm of an original. Something like this 1970 Land Rover Series Talio A up for auction on Bring a Trailer, which, like Car and Driver, is part of Hearst Autos. It's been comprehensively restored and has everything you want in a vintage Landy, from iconic inboard headlights to auxiliary jerry cans to a canvas roof. This is the type of vehicle that turns even a normal drive to get takeout into an expedition. The idea that Land Rover is now a luxury brand would bring a brief bark of laughter from anyone who owned a series Landy in period. They are the automotive equivalent of a Wellington boot, although occasionally less waterproof. The later series, the 3, was a little less agricultural, but this IIA is unapologetic about its basic roots, with all manner of exposed metal, rivets, wing nuts holding the windshield on, and a series of levers controlling the transfer case. Some modern conveniences have been grafted onto this classic, such as a Marshall speaker and a custom cup holder arrangement. The original owner of this Land Rover would have no idea what to do with a cup holder, but it's nice to have a place to put your water bottle. The 2.3-liter inline-4 made a little over 70 horsepower and put that power to the ground through a 4-speed manual gearbox with overdrive and a 2-speed transfer case. The seller here notes that the vehicle will cruise at 60 mph and that the transfer case does leak a bit. All vintage Land Rovers leak. It's how you know they have fluids in them. Beyond the general charms, the appeal here is the exacting and, frankly, exhausting level of restoration performed. This example has a new frame, an overhauled powertrain from gearbox to axles, fresh brakes, a stainless steel exhaust, rebuilt instrumentation, and a host of extras from specialist Rovers North. Judging from pictures of the underside, you'd think it was brand new. As it's so thoroughly overhauled, this could very well be the one true, reliable Series 2 Land Rover out there. But that's not really what's lovely about a Landy. The appeal is in driving a vehicle that needs a certain level of mechanical sympathy and a handiness with a spanner. They are such simple machines that it's easy enough to diagnose the latest stumble and then sort it out yourself, with the type of self-sufficiency that you might have needed to cross the Kalahari or navigate the Amazon jungle. As our journey with the 1970 Land Rover Series 2IA concludes, it's impossible not to feel a profound appreciation for its unique place in automotive history. The very idea of Land Rover as a luxury brand today would undoubtedly elicit a knowing chuckle, or perhaps even a brief bark of laughter from anyone who owned or relied on a series Landy back in its heyday. These vehicles were, and remain, the automotive equivalent of a sturdy Wellington boot, incredibly practical, resilient, and built for work, albeit occasionally and charmingly less waterproof than their footwear counterparts. While later models like the Series 3 might have been slightly less agricultural, this Series 2IA unapologetically embraces its basic utilitarian roots. Every element speaks of function, Exposed metal, visible rivets, even wing nuts holding the windshield in place, and a series of rugged levers controlling the transfer case. It's a mechanical symphony of simplicity. And yet this classic isn't entirely stuck in the past. It seamlessly integrates a few thoughtful modern conveniences, like the Marshall speaker for your tunes and a custom cup holder arrangement. Touches that the original owner back in 1970 would likely have no idea what to do with, but that, undeniably, make today's adventures just a bit more comfortable. Powering this authentic experience is the venerable 2.3-liter inline-4 engine, producing a modest but reliable 70-plus horsepower, channeled through a 4-speed manual gearbox, with overdrive and a 2-speed transfer case. The seller notes it can comfortably cruise at 60 mph, though, in true vintage Land Rover fashion, the transfer case does leak a bit, a beloved quirk that, as the adage goes, simply lets you know there are fluids in it. But beyond these general charms, the true appeal of this specific example lies in the frankly exhausting, yet incredibly meticulous level of restoration it has undergone. With a new frame, an overhauled powertrain from gearbox to axles, fresh brakes, a gleaming stainless steel exhaust, rebuilt instrumentation, and a host of extras from specialists like Rovers North, you'd be forgiven for thinking, based on its pristine underside, that it was brand new. This comprehensive overhaul truly makes this Land Rover Series 2IA potentially one of the most reliable vintage Landies out there. But reliability, while certainly a bonus, isn't really what makes these vehicles so genuinely lovely. The enduring appeal is in driving a machine that demands a certain level of mechanical sympathy, a willingness to get your hands dirty, and a readiness for self-sufficiency. They are such simple machines that it's easy enough to diagnose the latest stumble and then sort it out yourself, fostering that very spirit of independence and capability you might have needed to cross the Kalahari, navigate the Amazon, jungle, or simply enjoy a true, unadulterated drive. This Land Rover is not just transportation. It's an invitation to adventure, to connect with history, and to embrace the old-school cool that few modern vehicles can emulate. What are your thoughts on this authentically old-school Landy? Do you prefer the raw simplicity of the Series 2IA, or the modern luxury of current Land Rovers? Let us know in the comments below. If you enjoyed this journey into classic 4x4 culture, please give this video a thumbs up, subscribe to our channel for more exciting automotive content, and hit that notification bell so you don't miss our next adventure. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you on the next expedition.
In the golden twilight of the 1960s, America wasn't just building cars, it was building statements. Sculpted in steel and chrome, these machines were less about transportation and more about domination. At the center of this storm stood two giants: the 1968 Cadillac Eldorado, a radical front-wheel drive icon of American innovation, and the 1969 Lincoln Continental Mark III, Ford's answer to a luxury question Cadillac thought it had already answered. Two legends, born to rule, but only one would sit atop the throne. This is their story. By the end of the 1960s, the American luxury car scene was exploding. With over $2.5 billion in annual revenue, the market had become more than a niche. It was a battlefield. European. Brands like Mercedes-Benz, BMW, and Jaguar brought finesse and engineering. But to American buyers, they felt cold, clinical, and cramped. Stateside, luxury was defined not by lap times or Nürburgring records, but by sheer presence, pillowy ride quality, and immense power underfoot. And on that stage, Cadillac and Lincoln reigned supreme, with badges that spoke louder than any price tag. But competition was rising. The Buick Riviera blurred the line between elegance and performance. The Oldsmobile Toronado brought bold engineering with front-wheel drive. Even the Ford Thunderbird, once a sports coupe, had ballooned into a four-seat luxury cruiser. In this heated climate, it wasn't enough to have heritage. Cadillac and Lincoln had to innovate or be outshined. Cadillac didn't flinch. It went radical. In 1967, it dropped a bomb on the industry with the Eldorado, unlike anything else on the market. Gone were the rounded forms of the past. In came a sharp geometric coupe that looked more like a concept car than a production model. But beneath the skin lay the real revolution: front-wheel drive. Using GM's experimental unitized power package, borrowed from the Olds Toronado, Cadillac engineered a layout that paired a 472 cubic inch V8 with a transaxle up front. It eliminated the transmission hump inside, gave better traction, and made packaging more efficient. This was the future, so much so that Cadillac engineers were already testing V12s and even a 530 cubic inch V16 prototype for the next leap. Though those monsters never reached production, the Eldorado made a clear statement: innovation and power could coexist. At Ford, one man saw Cadillac's rise as a personal challenge: Lee Iacocca. A visionary with a flair for marketing and design, Iacocca pushed the Ford design team to craft a vehicle that would not only compete with the Eldorado, but outclass it. The result was the Lincoln Continental Mark III, released in early 1968. And it wasn't just a new model. It was a mission statement. Built on a stretched Thunderbird platform, the Mark III returned to classic luxury roots: a 460 cubic inch V8 delivering effortless torque, rear-wheel drive for traditional ride dynamics, and a cabin dripping in real wood, rich leather, and chrome accents. Lincoln didn't chase engineering flash. Instead, it doubled down on the qualities its buyers wanted most: isolation, silence, and status. The Mark III was smooth, sophisticated, and built like a bank vault. It wasn't trying to be the future. It was trying to be perfect. Naturally, the industry couldn't help but compare. In 1970, Motor Trend began a series of annual tests, pitting the Cadillac Eldorado against the Lincoln Mark III in a contest of performance, luxury, and style. Round 1. Acceleration. Cadillac's new 500 cubic inch V8 gave it the edge, pulling 0 to 60 in just over 9 seconds. The Lincoln? Respectable, but a step behind. Round 2. Ride and comfort. The Lincoln's rear-wheel drive setup and refined suspension soaked up bumps like butter. On rough roads, it was the car you wanted for the long haul. Round 3. Interior and fitment. The Mark III's interior wasn't just comfortable, it was opulent. Cadillac felt modern and clean, but lacked the warmth and craftsmanship Lincoln delivered. Round 4. Steering and handling. Surprisingly, the Eldorado turned in tighter and had a more connected feel thanks to its front drive layout and better weight distribution, and year after year the battle raged on. In 1971, Cadillac's redesign was met with mixed reviews, giving Lincoln the style advantage. By 1974, the Lincoln wasn't just prettier, it was faster, smoother, and crowned king once again. 1972 was the tiebreaker. Motor Trend doubled down, sending both cars on a week-long journey filled with highway runs, city commutes, and even owner surveys. Cadillac Eldorado excelled on the open road. Its straight-line stability, comfortable front seating, and massive torque made it a highway king. But in the fine details, Lincoln edged ahead. Its rear seat comfort, quiet ride, and long-term value retention made it a better overall package. While the Eldo was a thrill to drive, the Mark III, soon to be replaced by the Mark IV, was a more complete luxury experience. Result? Dead heat. Cadillac may have won the tests, but Lincoln won the hearts. Decades later, the Cadillac Eldorado and Lincoln Mark III are more than just vintage coupes. They're icons. When collectors Sandy Edelstein and Scott King brought both cars together in Palm Springs, something became clear. These weren't just relics, they were rolling expressions of ambition. The Eldorado still looks daring, angular, futuristic, commanding. It's a time capsule of a company pushing boundaries. The Lincoln, by contrast, feels regal, a car designed not to wow, but to impress quietly. In today's era of soulless SUVs and cookie-cutter sedans, these coupes are a masterclass in individuality. So, who truly won? The Eldorado was a technological marvel, proving front-wheel drive could work in a luxury coupe without compromise. The Mark III. It perfected what American luxury buyers wanted: comfort, class, and quiet dignity. In truth, they both wore the crown, in different courts. The Cadillac represented progress. The Lincoln, perfection. Today, they remind us of a time when luxury meant bold choices, not just options lists and infotainment screens. These were cars with soul. And the road was there. Kingdom, thanks for joining us on this journey through automotive royalty. Which one would you choose? The daring Eldorado or the dignified Mark III? Drop your pick in the comments. And hit that subscribe button for more deep dives into the golden age of American steel. Until next time, drive proud.
Welcome, fellow adventurers, intrepid explorers, and purists of the authentic off-road experience. In a world increasingly saturated with sleek, sophisticated, and often overly luxurious SUVs, vehicles that boast more high-definition screens, and automated features than genuine off-road capability, there remains a steadfast beacon of true utilitarian heritage. Today, we're setting our compass and our sights on a vehicle that doesn't just define rugged simplicity, it embodies it. A machine whose very silhouette instantly conjures images of remote expeditions, untamed landscapes, and perhaps even the very image of royalty, like Queen Elizabeth II herself, confidently navigating the vast plains of the African wilderness. We are, of course, talking about the legendary Land Rover. For generations, particularly in the less developed corners of our planet, it is widely believed that the very first automobile many people ever witnessed was not a glamorous sedan, a powerful truck, or a gleaming sports car. Instead, it was this sturdy, boxy, incredibly resilient Land Rover, valiantly bouncing over unimaginable terrain, forging paths where none existed. This isn't mere folklore. It's a testament to Land Rover's unparalleled, no-nonsense design philosophy. These original series Land Rovers were meticulously built for one ultimate purpose: unwavering utility. They were rugged, yes, disarmingly simple, and crucially, and this is key to their enduring legend, if not always perfectly reliable in the conventional sense, then at least remarkably easy to mend. With whatever scraps, rudimentary tools, and ingenuity you had on hand, these vehicles could be coaxed back to life. They were the trusty steed, the indispensable companion for anyone daring to explore the most far-flung lands, much like the iconic plinth helmet and khaki shorts often worn by their intrepid, self-reliant drivers. The design of the Land Rover series has, over the decades, become an absolute icon. A shape so instantly recognizable, so enduringly charismatic, that it has been endlessly imitated, yet never truly replicated in its raw character. And while modern vehicles may draw inspiration, borrowing styling cues from this storied lineage, you simply cannot beat the authentic spirit, the raw charm, and the inherent capability of an original. Which brings us, with immense excitement, to today's star, this magnificent 1970 Land Rover Series 2EA, recently featured for online auction by Bring a Trailer. This isn't merely a vehicle, it's a meticulously restored slice of history, offering that stripped-down, unapologetically, old-school 4x4 experience that purists, adventurers, and collectors alike truly crave. From its unmistakable inboard headlights and rugged, ready-for-anything auxiliary jerry cans, to its classic roll-up canvas roof, this Landy has everything you could ever dream of wanting in a vintage expedition vehicle. It truly is the kind of machine that effortlessly transforms even a routine drive to pick up takeout into an exhilarating, small-scale expedition. Get ready to embark on a journey into true automotive authenticity and discover why the Land Rover Series 2A remains an enduring legend. Narrator: the very idea that Land Rover has evolved into what is now largely perceived as a luxury brand would bring a knowing chuckle, perhaps even a brief bark of laughter, from anyone who owned or relied on a Series Landian period. These vehicles were, and remain, the absolute automotive equivalent of a rugged, go-anywhere Wellington boot. Incredibly practical, supremely resilient, and built for purpose, albeit occasionally, and charmingly, a little less waterproof than their footwear counterparts. While the later Series 3 models might have introduced a few more creature comforts, making them slightly less agricultural, this Series 2IA is completely unapologetic about its basic utilitarian roots. Every element speaks of uncompromised function, from the honest exposed metal panels, to the visible rivets that bind its body, to the simple wing nuts holding the windshield in place, and the robust series of levers controlling the transfer case. It's not just mechanical. It's a tangible symphony of simplicity, inviting you to interact with the machine in a deeply physical way. And yet, even a purist's delight like this classic Land Rover isn't entirely stuck in a time warp. This comprehensively restored example seamlessly integrates a few thoughtful modern conveniences that subtly enhance the experience without compromising its vintage soul. You'll find a fantastic Marshall speaker, perfect for bringing your favorite tunes along for the ride, and a custom cup holder arrangement, a small but significant luxury. It's safe to say the original owner of this Land Rover, back in 1970, would have had absolutely no idea what to do with a cup holder, probably opting to simply secure their water bottle with a bungee cord or stash it under the seat. But for today's adventures, having a dedicated spot for your hydration is, undeniably, a very welcome touch. Powering this authentically old-school experience is the venerable 2.3-liter inline-4 engine. While it made a modest, little over 70 horsepower, this engine was renowned for its torque, its durability, and its ability to keep going, no matter the conditions. That power is delivered to the ground through a robust 4-speed manual gearbox, paired with an essential overdrive unit for more relaxed highway cruising. And, of course, the legendary 2-speed transfer case, offering high and low range for tackling any terrain. The seller notes that this vehicle will comfortably cruise at 60 mph, a testament to its restoration and the benefit of that overdrive. And in a charming nod to classic Land Rover tradition, they also mention that the transfer case does leak a bit. As any seasoned Landy enthusiast will tell you, all vintage Land Rovers leak. It's how you know they have fluids in them. It's part of the authentic character, a delightful quirk rather than a flaw. But beyond the general charms and characteristic quirks, the true, profound appeal of this specific Land Rover Series 2A lies in the frankly exacting, and indeed exhausting, level of restoration it has undergone. This isn't just a tidy-up, it's a comprehensive, frame-off rejuvenation. This example boasts a brand new frame, ensuring structural integrity for decades to come. The entire powertrain, from the gearbox to the axles, has been thoroughly overhauled, ensuring every mechanical component is brought back to peak condition. It features fresh brakes for reliable stopping, a gleaming stainless steel exhaust system that will last a lifetime, and meticulously rebuilt instrumentation that looks crisp and new. On top of that, a host of high-quality extras from the renowned specialists at Rovers North have been integrated, enhancing both its functionality and authenticity. Judging from the detailed pictures of the underside, you would genuinely think this vehicle was brand new, having just rolled off the Solihull production line. This level of restoration is truly a work of art, preserving the integrity of its heritage while enhancing its usability. As it's been so thoroughly overhauled, this could very well be one of the truly reliable, ready-for-anything series that own Land Rovers out there. But for many, that ultimate reliability, while certainly a huge bonus, isn't really what makes these Landies so genuinely lovely. The enduring, magnetic appeal lies in the experience of driving such a vehicle. It demands a certain level of mechanical sympathy, a willingness to listen to its nuances, and a comforting handiness with a spanner. These vehicles are designed to be simple, to be understood, and to be repaired by their owners. It's this inherent self-sufficiency that defines the Land Rover spirit, the ability to diagnose the latest stumble and then sort it out yourself, fostering that very type of independence and capability that you might have needed to cross the vast Kalahari, navigate the dense Amazon jungle, or simply enjoy a true, unadulterated drive through your local back roads. This Land Rover is not just transportation. It's an invitation to adventure, to connect with history, and to fully embrace the old-school cool that very few modern vehicles can even hope to emulate. And so, our captivating journey with this magnificent 1970 Land Rover Series 2A comes to its conclusion. It's impossible not to feel a profound appreciation for its unique and absolutely irreplaceable place in automotive history. The stark contrast between the original series Land Rovers and the perception of Land Rover as a luxury brand today is truly striking. This vehicle and its siblings remain the automotive equivalent of that sturdy, reliable Wellington boot. Incredibly practical, remarkably resilient, and fundamentally built for work. While later models, like the Series 3, perhaps offered a touch more refinement, this Series 2A unapologetically embraces its basic utilitarian roots. Every exposed rivet, every simple lever, every piece of metal speaks of its functional purpose, creating a mechanical symphony of simplicity that deeply connects driver to machine. And yet, this classic isn't entirely stuck in the past. It beautifully integrates subtle modern conveniences, like that Marshall speaker and the custom cup holders, making it perfectly adaptable for today's adventures without sacrificing its vintage soul. What are your thoughts on this authentically old-school Landy? Do you prefer the raw simplicity of the Series 2A or the modern luxury of current Land Rovers? We'd love to hear your insights, your memories, or your dream adventures with a classic Land Rover in the comments section below. If you enjoyed this deep dive into classic four-horsepower culture and the enduring legacy of the Land Rover Series 2A, please give this video a big thumbs up. Don't forget to subscribe to our channel for more exciting automotive content. And be sure to hit that notification bell so you don't miss our next adventure. Thank you for watching, and we'll see you on the next expedition. Welcome, automotive aficionados, horsepower fanatics, and true connoisseurs of raw, unadulterated American power. Today, we're not just taking a ride back in time. We're stepping into a legendary epoch, a golden age of gasoline-fueled dreams. Imagine the tail end of the 1960s. A pivotal period in automotive history, a time when manufacturers engaged in an epic, no-holds-barred horsepower war. It was an era where bigger was undeniably better, where displacement reigned supreme, and the very notion of fuel efficiency was quite simply an afterthought. Picture it. The world was changing rapidly, but in the realm of high performance, automobiles, colossal V8 engines, boasting sky-high compression ratios and an insatiable thirst for premium fuel, roamed the earth like ancient, powerful beasts. If you lived and breathed for the thunderous symphony of a monstrous V8, if the sheer physicality of a tire-shredding launch ignited your soul, then 1969 wasn't just a great year. It was, without a doubt, a legendary one. It was a time when automotive giants Ford, Chevrolet, Chrysler were locked in a fierce, public battle for bragging rights, each trying to outdo the other in sheer audacity and brute force. And if you were a Ford loyalist, your eyes were undoubtedly fixed on one particular automotive tyrannosaur, a king amongst muscle cars, ready to stake its claim. And here it is, folks, in all its glory. A big block, ludicrously overpowered pony. Car, a true titan forged from asphalt, steel, and a burning desire for victory. We are, of course, talking about the legendary 1969 Ford Mustang Boss 429. This very beast, a genuine piece of American automotive brutality, is now up for grabs on Bring a Trailer, offering an exceptionally rare chance to own a slice of this incredible history. Just think about it. Over 7.0 liters of pure V8 fury packed under that iconic, subtly bulging hood, paired with a performance-oriented 3.91.1 rear axle. This isn't just a car. It's a tire-destroying, pavement-crushing behemoth of furious firepower, ready to unleash a cacophony of sound and raw acceleration. And, quite fittingly, this T-Rex of the road, this absolute boss, sports a magnificent and fitting black jade green finish, a color that speaks of both prestige and untamed power. Prepare yourselves, because we're about to delve deep into the heart and soul of what truly makes this Boss 429 not just a Super Stang, but a genuine, living legend. Since the headline feature here is undeniably that saurian-sized motor, let's start with what truly defines the Boss 429, its heart. displacing a colossal 429 cubic inches, or roughly 7.0 liters. This wasn't just any big block. This was Ford's semi-hemispherical combustion chamber V8, affectionately known as the shotgun engine, designed with one ultimate goal in mind: NASCAR domination. It was factory rated at a seemingly modest 375 horsepower. But let's be honest, those of us who appreciate the muscle car era know better. Quoted horsepower numbers at this time were almost universally and greatly underrated, a clever tactic by manufacturers to keep insurance costs from skyrocketing into the stratosphere. The true output of this engine was undoubtedly well over 500 horsepower, a force of nature that truly lived up to its boss moniker. Getting this immense power to the pavement was a serious affair. Mated to that monstrous V8 is a robust 4-speed manual transmission. No automatics here. This was a driver's car, demanding full engagement. And at the rear, a stout limited-slip differential ensured that both rear wheels received power, maximizing traction during those earth-shattering launches. Driving this car wasn't just about turning a key, it was an experience. You could feel every revolution, every shift of power, a truly visceral connection between man and machine. The Boss 429 was born out of necessity, a direct result of NASCAR's strict homologation rules, which dictated that at least 500 examples of an engine had to be produced and installed in road-going vehicles before it could be raced. So, the 429 cubic inch V8, destined for the high banks of Daytona and Talladega, needed a home. And what better home than Ford's iconic Mustang? But stuffing this gargantuan engine into the relatively compact Mustang Fastback was no easy feat. This monumental task fell to Carcraft, an independent Ford contractor based in Brighton, Michigan, renowned for their precision engineering and previous work on projects as legendary as the Ford GT40. Imagine the engineering challenge. These skilled technicians meticulously modified the Mustang's chassis, widening the shock towers, relocating the suspension points, and subtly reshaping the bodywork to accommodate the sheer physical bulk of the Boss 429 engine, presumably making use of the world's largest and most precise shoehorn to do so. But the Boss 429 wasn't just about big cubes. It was a comprehensive performance package. To handle the incredible power and weight of that massive engine, the Boss received a significantly beefier suspension setup, designed to keep all that raw energy under control. Stopping power was equally crucial, so the car was equipped with power-assisted brakes, featuring large discs up front, a vital upgrade for a vehicle capable of such speeds. Furthermore, heavy-duty hubs and rotors were installed, ensuring durability and consistent performance. Lap after lap, street run after street run, every component was upgraded to cope with the sheer scale of the engine it housed. This particular example on Bring a Trailer is presented in a fantastic black jade green over a classic black interior, a color combination that is both striking and sophisticated, perfectly befitting its rare status. When it was new, this automotive titan cost just shy of $5,000. To put that into perspective, that's a little over $40,000 in today's money. While that might seem like an absolute bargain now for such a legendary machine, consider this. It was basically double the price of your standard Mustang in 1969. This was a true premium vehicle, purchased by those who demanded the absolute pinnacle of Ford performance. The rarity of the Boss 429 only adds to its mystique and desirability. For the 1969 model year, only 850 sports roof Boss 429s were built globally. And, of those, a mere 162 were finished in this captivating black jade green. This makes our featured car not just a classic, but a truly scarce and highly sought-after collector's item. This particular example is said to have undergone a full rotisserie restoration more than 20 years ago, a meticulous process that brought it back to its original glory. The results are evident. It shows exceptionally well, maintaining a near-perfect appearance that belies its age. Now let's be clear. The Boss 429 is not your everyday commuter car. With that prodigious power, that thirst for fuel, and its inherent value as a rare classic, It's more of a special occasion machine. A weekend warrior, a showstopper, a rolling piece of art and engineering marvel meant to be admired and experienced in carefully chosen moments. But even with its raw, untamed nature, it is thankfully at least easier to live with than an actual tyrannosaur. After all, we've all seen Jurassic Park and the chaos that can ensue. This Boss 429 represents a truly unique opportunity to own a piece of Ford's racing heritage and a genuine icon of the golden age of muscle cars. And so, our exhilarating journey through the legacy of the 1969 Ford Mustang Boss 429 comes to a close. This car is far more than just a collection of parts. It's a living, breathing testament to an era of unbridled automotive ambition, where engineers pushed boundaries and designers sculpted aggression. It's a car that embodies the very essence of the late 1960s muscle car era, a pure V8 experience with absolutely no apologies. It wasn't just about massive engine displacement, it was about the sheer engineering marvel required to transform a pony car into a purpose-built homologation special. The collaboration with Carcraft, the beefed-up chassis, the power-assisted disc brakes, every detail speaks to a commitment to performance and a dedication to dominating the track. Rare, powerful, and undeniably cool, the Boss 429 stands as a towering icon in Mustang history, a true unicorn for collectors and enthusiasts alike. Its presence is undeniable, its roar unforgettable, and its place in the pantheon of muscle car legends is eternally secured. What are your thoughts on this legendary beast? Does the raw power of the Boss 429 ignite your passion? Would you dare to tame this T-Rex of the road? We'd love to hear your insights, your memories, or your wildest Boss 429 dreams in the comments section below. If you've enjoyed this deep dive into one of America's most iconic and elusive muscle cars, please give this video a big thumbs up. Don't forget to subscribe to our channel for more thrilling automotive content, and be sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss our next adventure. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you down the road. Welcome back to the channel, Vintage Truck Lovers. Today, we're diving into a slice of rugged Americana, a 1971 Ford F100 Sport Custom in a jaw-dropping period-correct two-tone green. It's currently turning heads on Bring a Trailer, and trust us, this is more than just a pickup. It's a piece of rolling history that defines what it meant to be a truck in a much simpler, more honest time. Let's rewind the clock to the early 1970s. Back then, trucks weren't about touchscreen infotainment or luxury trims with quilted leather. No, the fifth-generation Ford F-Series, built from 1967 to 1972, was unapologetically a workhorse. These were the vehicles that farmers, construction workers, and small-town business owners relied on every single day. The 1971 model year marked one of the last in this design run, and what we have here is a sport custom trim that perfectly captures the no-nonsense, blue-collar spirit of the era. This particular F100 is dressed in boxwood green over seafoam. Green, a striking two-tone combo that screams vintage authenticity. It's got the original steel wheels, factory hubcaps, and, most impressively, it hasn't been resto-modded. That's right, no oversized rims, no lowered suspension, no modern LED headlights, just good old-fashioned American steel in its original form, and that alone makes it rare. The exterior is all charm and simplicity. Its squared-off stance, clean lines, and modest chrome accents evoke a time when trucks were built for utility but still had character. You can almost picture this truck rolling through a dusty Midwestern town, hauling feed or tools in the back, getting the job done without complaint. Now let's peek inside. The cabin of this 71 F100 is exactly what you'd expect. Simple, rugged, and durable. There's rubber floor matting instead of carpet, a straightforward bench seat that's wide enough for three, and large analog dials staring back at you from a no-frills dashboard. There's no digital gauge cluster here, no heated seats, no backup camera. What you do get is a glove box vanity mirror, a 3-speed automatic, and an aftermarket cassette deck. That's it. And frankly, That's all you need in a truck like this. Pop the hood, and you'll find a 360 cubic inch V8, a stout and reliable engine from Ford's MEL family. It's not a race motor, but it's built to haul, tow, and last. With recent maintenance including a new water pump, fuel pump, drive belts, battery, and a full brake refresh, this truck isn't just a museum piece, it's road-ready and eager to get to work. That brings us to the real heart of this truck's appeal. Authenticity. This isn't a trailer queen built for Instagram. It's a survivor. And the fact that it hasn't been molested with modern upgrades makes it all the more valuable to purists and collectors. Even the backstory adds depth. This truck was originally sold in Oregon City, Oregon, the official end of the Oregon Trail. That's not just poetic, it's fitting. Because just like the settlers who made that treacherous journey west, this truck represents resilience, honesty, and good old American. Grit? It was a tool, a reliable companion through long days, heavy loads, and rough roads. Mechanically, this F100 is in excellent shape thanks to diligent upkeep. Not only has the drivetrain been refreshed, but new shocks and braking components have also been installed to ensure it rides and stops as confidently as it did in 1971. And while the bed now has a spray-in liner, a subtle nod to modern utility, it's still every bit the working-class warrior it always was. So what does this mean for today's market? Well, classic truck values have been climbing steadily. Clean, original F100s are becoming harder to find, especially ones that haven't been chopped, dropped, or chromed out beyond recognition. For collectors who appreciate originality, this is a gem. And while many F100s from this era were driven into the ground or repurposed into hot rods, this example has managed to survive with its soul intact. Sure, you won't be breaking any speed records in this truck, and don't expect 30 mph, but what you will get is a connection. A connection to an era when trucks were trucks, when steel was thick, and when simplicity was a virtue. Could this F100 be your next weekend cruiser, garage centerpiece, or even a light-duty hauler for home projects? Absolutely. It's got the looks, the history, and the mechanical integrity to back it up. But more than that, it has a story. And owning a truck like this means becoming part of that story. So tell us in the comments, would you preserve it, drive it, or put it to work? Does the honest charm of this 71 Ford F100 speak to you the way it speaks to us? If you enjoyed this trip down vintage truck lane, give us a thumbs up, subscribe for more classic vehicle content, and don't forget to hit the bell icon so you never miss a ride through automotive history. And there you have it, the 1971 Ford F100 Sport Custom. A truck that doesn't try to impress you with gadgets or speed, but instead wins you over with its honesty, history, and heart. It's a rare thing today. A vehicle that's as real as the people who built it and the people who drove it. In a world where modern trucks are more like tech lounges on wheels, this F100 reminds us what trucks used to be. Tough, simple, trustworthy. You turn the key, it roars to life. No screens, no sensors, just pure mechanical soul, wrapped in steel and sprinkled with just the right amount of 1970s charm. It's not just about horsepower or torque numbers with this one. It's about connection. When you slide onto that vinyl bench seat, grab that big steering wheel and put it in drive, you're not just operating a machine. You're stepping into a living story. You're experiencing a piece of America's working past. Now, whether you're a collector looking for your next prize, a vintage enthusiast who wants something real to cruise on Sundays, or just someone who appreciates old-school craftsmanship, this F100 checks all the boxes. And if you're lucky enough to snag one like this off Bring a Trailer, you're not just buying a truck, you're preserving a legacy. So before we wrap up, we want to hear from you. Would you daily this F100? Would you restore it or leave it just as it is? What's your dream classic truck? Drop your thoughts in the comments. We love hearing from fellow gearheads, collectors, and dreamers like you. If you enjoyed this video, give it a thumbs up, share it with a friend who loves vintage steel, and don't forget to subscribe for more deep dives into the world's most iconic cars and trucks. Until next time, keep your tires aired up, your gas tank full, and your heart aimed toward the open road. Stay classy, stay chrome, stay rolling.
Hey muscle car fanatics, welcome back to the channel where horsepower, history, and heart all come together. Today we're taking you deep into one of the most legendary muscle car face-offs of all time. The 1971 Oldsmobile 442W30 versus the 1972 Buick GS 455 Stage 1. These weren't just fast cars. They were rolling statements of power, defiance, and pure American engineering. Born in the twilight of the muscle car era, these two GM beasts went out swinging, armed with big blocks, monstrous torque, and personalities as different as night and day. So buckle up as we explore every inch of what makes these two titans tick. From engine specs and quarter-mile runs to ride comfort, collector value, and beyond. Let's hit the gas. To truly appreciate these machines, we have to rewind the clock to the early 70s. It was a time of change. Muscle cars were under siege, crippled by looming emissions regulations, rising gas prices, and punishing insurance. Premiums. The muscle car golden age was fading fast, but not before Oldsmobile and Buick threw down two of the fiercest street fighters of the era. The 442W30 and the GS 455 weren't just cars. They were a last stand, a bold, roaring farewell to unfiltered American power. Let's start with the 1971 Oldsmobile 442W30, arguably the most aggressive car Oldsmobile ever made. This wasn't just a 442. The W30 package took it to another level. Under the hood, a ferocious 455 cubic inch V8, factory rated at 350 gross horsepower, and a tire shredding 500 lb-ft of torque. Yes, those are gross numbers, the kind measured before emissions and accessories. In modern terms, it still translates to some serious punch. This car featured a performance camshaft, unique aluminum intake, functional cold air induction via twin scoops on the ram air hood, and special decode cylinder heads. It had one job: dominate the drag strip. Quarter-mile times hovered around the mid to low 13s with the right driver and setup. That's Corvette territory back in the day. The styling? Classic muscle. Stripes, flared fenders, dual exhausts, and a front end that looked like it wanted to fight. This car wasn't subtle. It was unapologetically in your face. Now, meet the 1972 Buick GS 455 Stage 1. A car that did things a little differently. While Oldsmobile chased raw muscle, Buick aimed to blend luxury and torque. Under the GS's hood was the legendary 455 Stage 1 engine. By 1972, new SAE net ratings had kicked in, so this monster was rated at 260 horsepower. But that didn't tell the whole story. With 380 lb-ft of torque available low in the rev range, this thing pulled hard from idle, making it deceptively quick in the real world. The Stage 1 package included high-lift camshafts, larger valves, and revised carburetor tuning. It wasn't built to scream, it was built to surge. Think of it as a muscle car wearing a tailored suit. From the outside, it was clean and classy. Sleek lines, hidden headlights, and minimal badging. But under the skin, it could hold its own against almost anything Detroit had to offer. So how did these two heavyweights stack up? The Olds 442W30 was the better drag car, no question. It had more immediate horsepower, a more aggressive cam, and its gearing favored quick launches. On the street or at the track, it was brute force first, questions later. But the Buick GS 455 Stage 1, that was the sleeper. It was quieter, smoother, and surprisingly refined. Yet in roll races or off-the-line bursts, it was a serious threat. The GS's low-end torque made it one of the best stoplight warriors of its day. Ride quality? The Buick wins. It had a more comfortable suspension setup, better interior materials, and felt more polished. The O's, on the other hand, was louder, stiffer, and rougher around the edges. So it comes down to this. Do you want your muscle car loud and wild or smooth and stealthy? Today, both cars are sought after collector items, but they appeal to different kinds of enthusiasts. The 442W30 has higher visibility and commands slightly higher prices at auction, especially in rare color combos or with 4 speeds. It's a showstopper with a reputation for serious performance. The Buick GS 455 Stage 1, meanwhile, is a sleeper hit among collectors. Fewer were made, even fewer survived, and those who've driven one will tell you it's one of the most underrated muscle cars of the era. So who wins? That depends on what you're after. If you want an all-out, no-compromise piece of American muscle, something raw, aggressive, and iconic, the Oldsmobile 442W30 is your car. But if you want comfort with your carnage, torquey with your tuxedo, and muscle that doesn't scream for attention, the Buick GS 455 Stage 1 might just surprise you. 2 legends, 2 philosophies, 1 golden era. Which one would you rather have in your garage? The rough and ready Oldsmobile 442W30 or the smooth but deadly Buick GS 455 Stage 1? Let us know your pick in the comments below. And if you love this deep dive into muscle car history, smash that like button, subscribe for more content like this, and ring that notification bell so you never miss a showdown. Until next time, keep it loud, keep it classic.
The endearing charm of the 1972 Volkswagen Squareback. While the iconic silhouettes of the Volkswagen Beetle and microbus rightfully hold their place in automotive history, they often overshadow other equally compelling air-cooled siblings from the VW family. For many buyers of the era, the allure of a Volkswagen wasn't just about quirky aesthetics or bohemian adventures. It was about seeking a practical, reliable, and economical vehicle. This pursuit often led them to the understated brilliance of the Type 3 line, particularly the compact and remarkably versatile Squareback. This week, the spotlight shines on a truly captivating example. A citrus-hued 1972 Volkswagen Type 3 Squareback, currently featured on Bring a Trailer. This eye-catching orange marvel perfectly encapsulates the pragmatic spirit of its design. With its sensible 2-door wagon layout and genuinely useful fold-flat rear seats, it was built for functionality. Yet, it manages to combine this practicality with an undeniable charm and friendly demeanor, embodying the very essence of what made Volkswagen sales so robust into the early 1970s. It's the kind of car that looks like it could have rolled straight out of a whimsical children's storybook. This particular Squareback is no stranger to the BAT platform, being a BAT alumnus. The current owner attests to its steadfast reliability over the past half-decade, noting it has been largely trouble-free. The only minor quirk? The clock occasionally takes a sabbatical. But for a vehicle that feels so much like a delightful time machine, a capricious clock hardly registers as a significant concern. Underneath its distinctive lines lies the familiar thrum of a 1584cc air-cooled flat-4 engine. While some Type 3s featured Bosch fuel injection, this example runs on a more straightforward and often more dependable twin carburetor setup. Power, modest but capable, is channeled to the rear wheels via an engaging 4-speed manual transmission, promising an authentic, tactile driving experience. The interior maintains a business-like simplicity, featuring black vinyl bucket seats up front and a complimentary bench in the rear. Modern luxuries are minimal, serving as a charming reminder of simpler times. A perfect opportunity to introduce a new generation to the concept of roll-up windows and analog driving. Recent maintenance includes a fresh battery, new tires, mounted on the classic 15-inch wheels, and a new blower and fan switch for comfort on cooler mornings. Beyond these sensible updates, this little V-dub is poised and ready to deliver the same cheerful and faithful character it possessed when it first left the factory. It might not be the most obvious choice for every VW enthusiast, lacking the Ioisa flash of a Beetle or the communal spirit of a bus. But it's precisely this quiet competence and distinctive appeal that makes the Squareback an even sweeter, more unique pick for those in the know. The unsung hero, why the 1972 VW Squareback, is a hidden gem. So good day, fellow gearheads and connoisseurs of classic cool. Step back with us, if you will, to an era defined by ingenuity, practicality, and an undeniable sense of charm. We're embarking on a journey not to explore the flashiest muscle cars or the grandest luxury cruisers, but to uncover the quiet brilliance of a true automotive sleeper. When the name Volkswagen is uttered, certain images immediately spring to mind: the iconic rounded silhouette of the Beetle, a symbol of freedom and simplicity, or the adventurous, go-anywhere spirit of the microbus. These cultural giants rightfully dominate the narrative of VW's golden age. Yet, in their colossal shadow, there existed a fascinating family of vehicles that quietly delivered on Volkswagen's core promise: reliable, efficient, and affordable transportation. These were the Type 3s. For countless families and individuals, in the mid-20th century, choosing a Volkswagen wasn't about making a fashion statement. It was about making a smart choice. They sought a vehicle that was pragmatic, easy on the wallet, and unfailingly dependable. And for many, this search led them directly to the Volkswagen Squareback. This pint-sized marvel was, in essence, the station wagon, ingeniously writ small. It combined the familiar air-cooled heart with a remarkably versatile and functional body. And today, we have the distinct pleasure of diving deep into one particularly stunning example that has captured the attention of the classic car world, currently featured on Bring a Trailer. A vibrant, citrus-hued 1972 Volkswagen Type 3 Squareback. It's more than just a car. It's a testament to timeless design, a dose of pure, unadulterated nostalgia, and a prime example of why the other air-cooled VWs are just as deserving of our admiration. Prepare to be charmed, intrigued, and perhaps even surprised by the enduring appeal of this often overlooked hero. Hidden gem, the 1972 VW Squareback on Bring a Trailer. You need to see. Type 3 charm. Let's begin our closer inspection with the exterior. This 1972 Squareback immediately commands attention with its eye-catching orange finish, a perfect complement to its friendly, utilitarian form. Unlike the Beetle's curves, the Squareback embraces a more angular, yet still endearing aesthetic. This wasn't about being cute. It was about maximizing interior volume while maintaining a compact footprint. And that's where the Squareback name truly earns its stripes. This two-door wagon design, with its extended roofline and large rear hatch, was a stroke of genius. The truly remarkable feature is the folding rear bench seat. When folded flat, this little VW transforms into an incredibly practical hauler, capable of swallowing far more cargo than its exterior dimensions would suggest. Imagine turning a mundane grocery run into a delightful time-traveling trip back to the 70s. This thoughtful layout is a prime example of Volkswagen's pragmatic engineering philosophy. This particular example is no stranger to the public eye, having been featured on Bring a Trailer before. The current seller, who has enjoyed this car for the past 5 years, reports that it has been remarkably trouble-free. That's a testament to the inherent durability of these air-cooled machines. The only reported quirk? The clock, apparently, occasionally decides to take a break from its duties. But honestly, in a vehicle that already feels like a charming time machine, a temperamental clock just adds to its character. Now let's talk about the heart of this charming beast. Power is provided by the familiar thrum of a 1580cc air-cooled, flat-4 engine. For many of us, simply closing our eyes might allow us to conjure up that distinctive, beloved sound. It's an auditory signature that instantly transports you back to a different era of motoring. A crucial detail about this particular Squareback is its fuel delivery system. Instead of the sometimes temperamental Bosch factory fuel injection that some Type 3s came with, this one runs on a twin carburetor setup. This often translates to simpler maintenance and more consistent, reliable performance. A welcome feature for a classic driver. This modest but perfectly adequate horsepower gets to the ground through a wonderfully engaging 4-speed manual transmission, offering a tactile and connected driving experience that simply isn't found in most modern vehicles. Stepping inside, the interior is a study in business-like simplicity, finished in durable black vinyl. You'll find comfortable bucket seats up front, providing good support for longer drives, and a functional bench seat in the rear. Don't expect a plethora of digital screens or complex infotainment systems here. The bells and whistles are, refreshingly, minimal. This is a car designed for driving, for connecting with the road, and for appreciating the fundamentals. It's an ideal opportunity, as the article playfully notes, to teach younger generations about the joys of manual roll-up windows and the concept of walking uphill both ways to and from school. It's a genuine analog experience. The current owner has also taken care of some essential updates to ensure this VW is ready for its next adventure. There's a fresh battery, brand new tires on those period-correct 15-inch wheels, and a new blower and fan switch, perfect for those chilly morning commutes or cool evening cruises. These thoughtful touches ensure that this little squareback is ready to roll with all the cheerful and faithful character it had when it was brand new. It might not be the most obvious choice for every Volkswagen enthusiast. It doesn't have the celebrity status of the Beetle or the communal cool of the bus. But for those who appreciate understated charm, practical design, and a truly unique driving experience, this makes the squareback all the more special, all the more endearing. It's a classic for the discerning enthusiast. And so, we conclude our exploration of the 1972 Volkswagen Squareback, a vehicle that, while often overshadowed, represents a pivotal and deeply charming chapter in Volkswagen's storied history. It stands as a testament to the power of functional design, reliable engineering, and the timeless appeal of a car built for real life. It wasn't about flash. It was about faithfully serving its purpose. And in doing so, it cultivated an undeniable charisma that only deepens with age. This particular orange example, now featured on Bring a Trailer, offers a rare opportunity to own a piece of that authentic automotive past. It's more than just a means of transport. It's an invitation to a lifestyle, a conversation starter, and a source of endless smiles. Whether you're a seasoned collector looking for a unique addition, or a newcomer eager to experience the joy of classic air-cooled motoring, the Squareback offers a surprisingly versatile and incredibly rewarding ownership experience. It's a reminder that sometimes the sweetest things in life are the ones that don't shout the loudest. What are your thoughts on the Volkswagen Squareback? Does its blend of practicality and retro charm resonate with you? Have you ever owned or driven a Type 3? We'd love to hear your stories and opinions in the comments section below. If you enjoyed this deep dive into an unsung classic, please give this video a thumbs up, consider subscribing to our channel for more journeys into the world of vintage automobiles, and make sure to hit that notification bell so you don't miss our next adventure. Thank you for watching, and as always, happy motoring, wherever your road takes you. Hey muscle car fanatics, welcome back to the channel. Today, we're diving headfirst into a rivalry as old as the asphalt itself. The 1971 Oldsmobile 442 W30 versus the 1972 Buick GS 455. Two titans of the muscle car era, each with their own unique flavor of American brute force. But which one truly reigns supreme? Before we get into the nitty-gritty, let's set the stage. The early 70s were a turbulent time for muscle cars. Emissions regulations were tightening, insurance premiums were skyrocketing, and the golden age of unrestricted horsepower was slowly but surely drawing to a close. These two machines represent some of the last glorious gasps of that era. The i-it 442W30, especially, was a final, no-holds-barred statement from Oldsmobile, while the 72 GS 455 showcased Buick's continued commitment to performance, even as the landscape shifted. Let's start with this beauty, the 1971 Oldsmobile 442 W30. Just look at it! The distinct Rom Air hood, the aggressive stance, those iconic stripes. This isn't just any 440. The W30 package was the absolute pinnacle of Olds performance. It meant a highly tuned 455 cubic inch V8, rated at a formidable 350 horsepower and a mind-boggling 500 pound-feet of torque. That's gross horsepower, folks, before the more restrictive net ratings came into play. It had specific cylinder heads, an aluminum intake manifold, and a performance camshaft. This car was built for one thing: going fast in a straight line. What do you think of that classic Olds grille? Now let's shift gears to the elegant but equally potent 1972 Buick GS455. Buick always had a reputation for a more refined kind of performance, and the GS455 is a perfect example. While it might appear a bit more understated than the W30, don't let that fool you. Underneath that sleek hood lies Buick's legendary 455 cubic inch Stage 1 engine. In '72, this motor was still making a very respectable 260 net horsepower, but the torque figure was still immense at 380 pound-feet. It was known for its incredible low-end grunt, pulling like a freight train from idle. Buick focused on making power usable, smooth, and delivering it with a certain panache. Notice the distinctive Buick grille and the subtly integrated scoops. A true gentleman's muscle car, perhaps? So, on paper, we have some interesting differences. The Olds 400mm W30, with its higher gross horsepower rating, often put down. Slightly better quarter-mile times in period tests. Think mid-13s, sometimes even low 13s with the right driver and tuning. It was raw, unbridled power. The Buick GS455, on the other hand, while having a lower net horsepower rating, was renowned for its incredible torque delivery and drivability. It could often hang with or even beat competitors off the line thanks to that massive low-end grunt. It was a more streetable muscle car, perhaps more comfortable for everyday driving than the hardcore W30. Imagine yourself behind the wheel of the Oldsmobile 442 W30. You feel the engine vibration, the roar as you mash the throttle, the raw mechanical symphony. It's a visceral, unapologetic experience. The W30 was all about performance, sometimes at the expense of comfort. The ride could be firm, the steering a bit heavy, but when you hit that gas pedal, there was no mistaking its purpose. It demanded your attention. Now picture sliding into the cockpit of the Buick GS455. There's a different kind of sensation. The seats might be a bit more plush, the interior a little more luxurious. But when you stomp on the gas, that massive 455 shoves you back in. The seat with an authority that's almost surprising given its refined demeanor. It's a powerful car, but it delivers its power with a smoother, more sophisticated feel. It's still a beast, but one wearing a velvet glove. So, the burning question: which one wins? And honestly, it really depends on what you value. If you're looking for the absolute rawest, most unadulterated muscle car experience, a car that was a final middle finger to the changing times, the 1971 Oldsmobile 442 W30 is a hard one to beat. It's a purebred drag strip terror with an undeniable presence. But if you appreciate a muscle car that combines immense power with a touch more refinement, a car that's equally at home cruising down the boulevard as it is laying down rubber, then the 1972 Buick GS455 makes a very strong case. It's a testament to Buick's unique approach to performance. Both of these cars are incredible pieces of automotive history, representing the very best of American muscle before the horsepower wars truly cooled down. They are sought-after collector items for good reason, and each offers a unique window into a pivotal era. We want to hear from you. Which of these muscle car legends would you rather have in your garage? Let us know in the comments below. And don't forget to hit that like button if you enjoyed this showdown. Subscribe for more classic car content and ring that notification bell so you don't miss our next video. Welcome, vintage car enthusiasts and lovers of all things quirky and charming. Today, we're stepping back into a simpler time, a time of air-cooled engines, sensible designs, and vehicles that just made you smile. We're diving deep into the delightful world of the Volkswagen Type 3, specifically the iconic Squareback. And guess what? One particularly eye-catching example just hit Bring a Trailer. In the vast and ever-evolving landscape of automotive history, certain vehicles transcend their utilitarian purpose and become imbued with a unique charm, a nostalgic aura that captivates generations. Today, we embark on a journey back to a time of simpler pleasures, a time when efficiency and character weren't mutually exclusive. We're not talking about roaring muscle cars or opulent luxury sedans. Instead, our focus is drawn to a vehicle that quietly carved its own niche, a testament to ingenious design and enduring practicality. The Volkswagen Type 3 Squareback. For many, the Volkswagen Beetle and the beloved microbus occupy the forefront of their minds when thinking about classic VWs. These automotive icons, with their distinctive shapes and cultural significance, have understandably captured the collective imagination. However, nestled within Volkswagen's rich heritage lies a collection of other air-cooled marvels, vehicles that offered a different kind of appeal, a blend of practicality and understated style. Among these hidden gems is the Type 3, a model line that included the sleek notchback, the versatile fastback, and the star of our show today, the wonderfully pragmatic squareback. Imagine a vehicle designed not for flamboyant displays, but for the everyday realities of life. A car that could effortlessly transport your family, handle the weekly grocery run, and even accommodate the occasional weekend adventure. This was the essence of the Volkswagen Squareback. It was the station wagon reimagined with Volkswagen's signature efficiency and a distinctly European flair. And while it might not have screamed for attention like some of its contemporaries, its quiet competence and undeniable charm have only grown more appealing with the passage of time. Today, we have the exciting opportunity to delve into the story of one such vehicle, a vibrant orange 1972 Squareback that has recently surfaced on the popular auction site Bring a Trailer, offering a lucky enthusiast the chance to own a genuine piece of automotive history. Prepare to be captivated by its unassuming beauty and discover why the Volkswagen Squareback remains a truly cool and often overlooked classic. When most people think of classic Volkswagens, their minds immediately jump to the beloved Beetle or the iconic microbus. These two giants of automotive culture have, for decades, cast a long shadow over VW's other equally charming and perhaps even more practical air-cooled siblings. But today, we're giving the spotlight to a true unsung hero, the pint-sized Type 3, affectionately known as the Squareback. It was, quite simply, the station wagon. Writ small. Back in its day, the Volkswagen Type 3 Squareback was a paragon of practicality. It offered a sensible transportation, impressive cargo space for its size, and the legendary Volkswagen reliability without breaking the bank, either to buy or to run. Fast forward to today, and that appeal has only magnified. In an era of oversized SUVs, the Squareback's compact, efficient design feels refreshingly relevant. This particular citrus-hued 1972 Volkswagen Type 3 Squareback, currently up for auction on Bring a Trailer, is a shining example of everything that makes these cars so special. Just look at it! Finished in an eye-catching shade of orange, it's not just a car, it's a statement, a ray of sunshine on wheels. Its eminently pragmatic design, with that sensible wagon layout and those incredibly versatile fold-flat rear seats, means it's still remarkably functional even by modern standards. Need to pick up groceries? Head out for a weekend adventure? This VW is flexible enough to handle it all while turning every trip into a time-traveling journey back to the 70s. It's utterly charming, undeniably friendly, and exudes a warmth that modern cars rarely capture. It's no wonder Volkswagen sales were so strong well into the early 1970s. Who wouldn't want to own a car that looks like something straight out of a Richard Scarry book? Now, for those familiar with the Bring a Trailer platform, you might recognize this car. It's a BAT alumnus, meaning it's been through the auction block before. The current seller notes that over the past 5 years, this Squareback has been essentially trouble-free. The only thing that seems to regularly go on the fritz is the clock. But honestly, in a vehicle that doubles as a time machine, who cares? About a clock? Power for this cheerful little wagon comes from the heart of any classic Volkswagen. A 1584cc air-cooled flat-4 engine. If you close your eyes, you can probably already hear that distinctive, thrumming symphony. Importantly, this engine is running on twin carburetors rather than the original Bosch factory fuel injection. While the injection system was innovative for its time, it was also known to be sometimes unreliable. So this carburetor setup offers a more straightforward and often more dependable experience. And that modest horsepower gets sent to the ground. through a classic 4-speed manual transmission, offering an engaging and authentic driving experience. Stepping inside, you're greeted by a businesslike black vinyl interior, with comfortable bucket seats up front and a practical bench in the rear. Don't expect a plethora of modern bells and whistles here. This interior is a beautiful lesson in simplicity, which just represents an opportunity to teach your children, or remind yourself, about the joys of roll-up windows, and perhaps the legendary walking uphill both ways to and from school. Stories. The current owner has ensured this squareback is ready for its next adventure. It boasts a fresh battery, brand new tires mounted on those period-correct 15-inch wheels, and a new blower and fan switch for those chilly morning starts. Other than these practical updates, this little V-dub is ready to roll with all the cheery and faithful character it had when new. It's not as obvious a choice for the casual VW fan as a bug or a bus, and perhaps that's what makes it even sweeter, even more special. It's a connoisseur's choice, a car that embodies understated cool. The 1972 Volkswagen Squareback isn't just a car. It's a piece of living history, a charming companion, and a testament to Volkswagen's ingenious design philosophy. It's practical, it's unique, and it's utterly delightful. What are your thoughts on this often overlooked VW gem? Have you ever owned a Squareback? As the sun begins to set on our exploration of the 1972 Volkswagen Squareback, we're left with a profound appreciation for its enduring appeal. It's a vehicle that reminds us that automotive excellence isn't always about horsepower or top speeds. Sometimes it's about thoughtful design, reliable engineering, and a character that simply makes you smile. The Squareback, in its unassuming way, embodies all of these qualities. It's a testament to a time when practicality and personality could seamlessly coexist. This particular orange example, now awaiting its next caretaker on Bring a Trailer, represents more than just a classic car. It's a tangible link to a bygone era. It's an invitation to experience the world at a different pace, to appreciate the simplicity of an air-cooled engine, and to enjoy the tactile pleasure of a manual transmission. While the Beetle and Bus may dominate the Volkswagen narrative, the Squareback offers a unique and perhaps even more versatile slice of that history. Its blend of practicality and vintage charm makes it a truly distinctive choice for any automotive enthusiast looking for something a little different, something that sparks joy and elicits curiosity wherever it goes. The story of the 1972 Volkswagen Squareback is a reminder that true automotive icons come in many shapes and sizes. It's a celebration of the understated, the practical, and the enduring appeal of good design. Whether you're a seasoned Volkswagen aficionado, or simply someone who appreciates the beauty of a well-preserved classic, the Squareback has a unique magic all its own. We encourage you to check out the auction on Bring a Trailer, and perhaps even consider becoming the next chapter in this delightful vehicle story. Thank you for joining us on this nostalgic journey. We hope you've enjoyed rediscovering the charm of the Volkswagen Squareback. Don't forget to leave your thoughts and comments below. Be sure to like this video, subscribe to our channel for more fascinating automotive stories, and hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. Until our next adventure on the road, or perhaps the auction block, happy motoring!
At 120 miles per hour, the world outside the windshield becomes a surreal blur. The steering wheel pulses in your grip, the turbocharged four-cylinder howls behind your head, and every bump in the road drums through the seat of your pants. And just when you think it's maxed out, you shift into fifth. This isn't just speed, it's speed with soul. This is the 1988 Lotus Esprit Turbo, a car that doesn't merely go fast. It lives for it, in an era ruled by V8 muscle and six-cylinder. Teutonic precision, Lotus came at the speed game with a curveball, a mid-mounted 2.2-liter inline-4. But what a four it was, armed with a Garrett T3 turbocharger, 16 valves, Bosch Cagetronic fuel injection, and 215 horsepower. The Esprit Turbo rocketed to 60 mph in just 5.3 seconds. That may not sound shocking today, but in 1988, that made it the quickest four-cylinder car you could buy in America. And it didn't stop there. This wedge of speed cleared the quarter mile in 14.1 seconds at 97 mph and screamed all the way to 148 miles per hour. And it did all this while weighing under 3,000 pounds. For context, that's lighter than a modern Mazda MX-5 Miata horsepower-to-weight ratio. Stellar. Handling? Razor sharp. This wasn't just an underdog. It was a street-legal scalpel, slicing through giants like the V8 Mustang GT, Porsche 944 Turbo S, and even nipping at the heels of the Ferrari 328 and Corvette ZR1. But let's step inside. Because 1988 wasn't just about performance. Lotus had been learning, adapting. They knew the Giugiaro design, iconic as it was beginning to feel dated. So they handed the scalpel over to their in-house team. The result? A sleeker, rounder, more organic Esprit. Gone were the razor-sharp edges of the folded paper aesthetic. In came flowing lines, smoother bumpers, integrated side skirts, and a cleaner front fascia. Yet somehow, the Esprit's wedge-shaped soul remained untouched. It was still unmistakably Lotus, but with a bit more sex appeal. And that attention to detail continued inside. Gone was the haphazard British switchgear and awkward ergonomics. In its place, rake-adjustable Connolly leather, seats, a new dashboard layout, and a leather-wrapped steering wheel. Sure, the footwells were still narrow, the columns still blocked the tachometer for taller drivers, and the climate control system looked like it belonged in an 80s boombox, but this was a significant leap forward. This was Lotus attempting luxury. And for a small British company obsessed with lap times, that was a big deal, but all of that fades the moment you fire it up and take it for a drive, because this car doesn't want to be admired in a showroom. It doesn't want to be babied in a garage. The 1988 Esprit Turbo was born to move. Above 4,000 RPM, the engine starts to sing. Not a guttural roar, not a silky purr, but a metallic turbocharged wail that sounds like a rally car reined in just enough to wear a license plate. The steering? Go-kart quick. You think it does it. The chassis communicates everything. Every ripple in the pavement, every degree of cornering load, it's all fed directly to your fingertips and spine. Grip is strong, 0.86 G on the skid pad, but the car's real party trick is its balance. Lift mid-corner and the tail will step out. Push it harder and it responds, not with a snap, but a slide, playful, predictable, and pure. This was Colin Chapman's philosophy alive and well. Simplify, then add lightness. And it worked. In a world of over-engineered GT cars, the Esprit felt alive, mechanical, honest, and just look at the competition. The Corvette C4 had a big American V8 and tons of aftermarket support, but it lacked the finesse. The Porsche 944 Turbo S was a surgical tool, precise but arguably cold. The Ferrari Testarossa, it had drama and presence, sure, but it was heavier, slower in corners, and twice the price. The Esprit carved its own niche, blending exotic performance, supercar looks, and everyday usability. And here's the kicker. It wasn't just quick in a straight line. It was fun in corners. It was involving. It made you a better driver, or punished you if you weren't. Talk to owners today, and you'll hear stories of long road trips, twisty, canyon runs, and track days where the Esprit surprised everyone, especially the driver. It's the kind of car that turns every errand into a mission, every stretch of road into a memory. But it wasn't cheap. In 1988, a Lotus Esprit Turbo cost $64,000. That's equivalent to over $160,000 in today's money. A Corvette C4? About half that. A Porsche 944 Turbo S? Close, but still cheaper. And, yet, none of them had the mystique. The hand-built, British exotic pedigree, the Bond car heritage. And speaking of Bond, yes, the Esprit had already cemented itself in pop culture thanks to 007. And even though that version was from the Giugiaro era, the shadow of that underwater Lotus made the Turbo Esprit just that much cooler in the public eye. Only 400 Lotus Esprit Turbos were sold in the U.S. in 1988. Just 88 of them were the ultra-rare commemorative editions with special badging and trim. That rarity makes surviving examples today all the more special and all the more valuable. And yet, despite its exclusivity, the Esprit never felt like a garage queen. It was a driver's car through and through. Raw, responsive, beautifully flawed. No ABS, no power steering, no traction control, just a turbocharged engine, a 5-speed manual, and your skill behind the wheel. So no, the 1988 Lotus Esprit Turbo wasn't perfect. But it didn't need to be, because perfection is boring. And this car was never about perfection. It was about passion, about feeling the road, about chasing red line, about savoring every shift. It gave you something you can't measure, in numbers or lap times. It gave you a feeling. Because sometimes, speed isn't just about how fast you go. It's about how fast makes you feel.
Welcome, car enthusiasts, to a journey back in time, to an era where automotive artistry met audacious design. Today, we're diving deep into the fascinating story of a car that defies convention, a true one-of-a-kind creation that rarely sees the light of day outside of private collections. Get ready to feast your eyes on the 1999 Cadillac Eldorado show car, affectionately known as the Eldorado. Concept cars and show vehicles are usually destined for a life behind ropes, never truly reaching the hands of the public. But today, we're talking about an exception, a car that's not just a piece of automotive history, but one that recently found its way onto the highly sought-after platform, Bring a Trailer, making it a tangible dream for one lucky collector. This isn't just any custom car. This creamsicle orange Cadillac Eldorado was a cost-no-object commission by General Motors itself. Think about that for a moment. GM, the automotive giant, poured resources into creating this wild machine, not as a preview of a future production model, but as a bold statement, a celebration of Southern California's iconic custom car culture. Continue showing detailed shots of the Eldorado's exterior. Focus on the chopped roofline, raked windows, shaved trim, extended rear wheel skirts, and custom 18-inch wheels. Maybe a split screen showing a stock 1999 Eldorado alongside the Eldorado for comparison. The year 1999 might not feel like ancient history, but in the fast-paced world of automotive trends and information, it's long enough for details to get murky. Before everything was instantly uploaded to the internet, digging up information on unique builds like this could be a real challenge. That's why you might not instantly recall this heavily customized Cadillac Eldorado, even though it graced the stages of major auto shows. This wasn't a subtle modification. This was a radical transformation of a modern Cadillac into a rolling work of art, deeply inspired by traditional lowrider aesthetics and the vibrant custom car scene of Southern California. Imagine the crowds at the Los Angeles and Detroit auto shows seeing this caddy roll onto the stage. It must have been a jaw-dropping sight. Who was behind this incredible build? None other than California Street Rods of Huntington Beach, a name synonymous with high-quality custom work. While the exterior underwent a complete metamorphosis, the heart of this beast remains true to its Cadillac origins. Underneath that stunning custom body, you'll find the robust 4.6-liter Northstar V8 engine, churning out a healthy 300 horsepower, paired with a smooth 4-speed automatic transmission, sending power to the front wheels. But that's where the factory resemblance ends. Every single exterior panel on this Eldorado has been touched, reshaped, and refined. The roof was dramatically chopped, giving it a much lower, more aggressive stance. The windshield and rear window were raked further, contributing to that sleek, streamlined profile. And in true custom fashion, all the extraneous trim was meticulously shaved off, creating an incredibly clean and purposeful look. The result: an Eldorado that sits a full 4 inches lower than a stock touring coupe. And those extended rear wheel skirts? They're so aggressive, so daring, that they almost completely engulf those custom 18-inch wheels, a nod to the classic lowrider style. It's a surprisingly effective execution, blending an older custom aesthetic with a relatively modern Cadillac platform. Cadillac's intention with this show car was clear: to demonstrate that the brand, known for its luxury and refinement, still had a connection to the raw, expressive spirit of custom car culture. It was a way to say, Cadillac hasn't lost its cool. And today, looking at the Eldorado, it's not just a testament to that sentiment, it's pure Y2K nostalgia, a vibrant snapshot of a bygone era. This incredible machine has quite a history beyond the auto show circuit. It was previously owned by none other than Tyler Hoovey, the renowned automotive enthusiast and host of the popular Hoovey's Garage YouTube channel. If anyone knows how to appreciate a unique and quirky car, it's Hoovey. Now, for the practical side of things. If you're thinking about owning the Eldorado, there's one significant detail to be aware of. When General Motors auctioned this car off during its bankruptcy, they did so on a junk title. This was a legal maneuver by GM to avoid future liability, associated with a highly customized, one-off show car. What does that mean for a potential owner? Getting it road registered might be a bit tricky, potentially even impossible in some jurisdictions, depending on local regulations. But let's be honest, a car like the Eldorado isn't really about daily driving. It's about presence. It's about turning heads. It's about being the absolute star of any car show it attends. Even if you have to trailer it there, this Cadillac Eldorado will undoubtedly be the centerpiece, drawing crowds and sparking conversations wherever it goes. As Cadillac themselves said at the time, this car effectively captures the spirit of the classic hot rod while blending it with contemporary luxury and performance. And today, that statement holds true, enhanced by the added layer of pure Y2K nostalgia. It's a rare opportunity to own a piece of automotive history, a custom creation commissioned by a major manufacturer, a car that truly stands alone. And so, our journey with the 1999 Cadillac Eldorado comes to a close. But its story, its presence, and its audacious spirit will undoubtedly live on. This wasn't just another car. It was a bold statement from General Motors, a vibrant testament to the power of custom car culture, and a design experiment that dared to challenge conventions. In a world where concept cars often hint at the future, the Eldorado looked squarely at the past, embracing the artistry of Southern California's lowrider and hot rod scene. California street rods transformed a luxury coupe into a rolling sculpture, proving that even a modern Cadillac could be reimagined with a wild, custom soul. From its chopped roof to those incredibly aggressive wheel skirts, every inch screams individuality. Narrator. It's a fascinating paradox. A major automaker commissioning a cost-no-object custom, not for mass production, but as a pure expression of style and brand attitude. The fact that it was displayed at the Los Angeles and Detroit auto shows only cements its place in automotive history. It was Cadillac's way of saying, we're not just about luxury. We've still got a wild side, a connection to the passion that drives car enthusiasts. And today, this creamsicle orange caddy isn't just a relic of the late 90s. It's a potent dose of Y2K nostalgia, a vibrant reminder of a time when automotive design was perhaps a little more experimental, a little more fearless. While its junk title might make road registration a challenge, it certainly doesn't diminish its allure as a showstopper. Imagine the crowds it would draw, the conversations it would spark, the sheer impact it would have at any car event. It's meant to be seen, admired, and celebrated. The Eldorado stands as a testament to the idea that true automotive passion transcends factory lines. It's a fusion of luxury and street culture, a piece of art that just happens to have a North Star V8 under its hood. It challenges us to look beyond the ordinary and appreciate the extraordinary. So, what are your lasting impressions of the 1999 Cadillac Eldorado? Does its unique blend of luxury and custom culture resonate with you? Share your thoughts in the comments below. If you enjoyed this deep dive, please give us a like, subscribe for more captivating car stories, and hit that notification bell so you won't miss our next adventure. Until then, keep those engines roaring, and we'll see you on the next drive! The asphalt ribbon unwinds before you, blurring into an indistinguishable gray canvas. At 120 miles per hour, the very air seems to thicken, resisting your passage as the world outside the windshield dissolves into streaks of color. Your knuckles whiten against the leather of the steering wheel, each pulse a tangible reminder of the raw power coursing through the machine. Behind your head, the turbocharged four-cylinder engine unleashes a visceral howl, a mechanical symphony of controlled explosions and spinning turbines. Every imperfection in the road's surface telegraphs its presence directly to your senses, a relentless drumming through the supportive embrace of the seat. Just as you perceive the apex of its breathtaking acceleration, just when your senses tell you it can give no more, you instinctively engage the clutch, snick the lever into fifth gear, and the surge continues. This is more than mere velocity. This is an experience woven with emotion, a tangible connection to the machinery and the road. This is speed imbued with soul. This is the 1988 Lotus Esprit Turbo, a vehicle not content with simply traversing distance at pace, but one that seems to thrum with an intrinsic desire to devour miles, to live for the very act of rapid motion. In an automotive landscape dominated by the brawny rumble of American V8s and the meticulously engineered precision of six-cylinder German power plants, Lotus presented a compellingly different proposition. Their weapon of choice in the pursuit of speed was a curveball, an unexpected deviation from the norm, a mid-mounted 2.2-liter inline four-cylinder engine. But this was no ordinary four-pot. Forged with a Garrett T3 turbocharger forcing air into its combustion chambers, featuring a sophisticated 16-valve cylinder head, and fed by precise bursts of fuel from a Bosch K-Jetronic injection system, this compact powerhouse generated a remarkable 215 horsepower. The result was a slingshot-like acceleration, propelling the Lithe Esprit Turbo to 60 miles per hour in a mere 5.3 seconds. While such a figure might seem commonplace in today's world of hyper-performance vehicles, in the context of 1988, it was nothing short of astonishing. This made the Lotus Esprit Turbo the quickest four-cylinder automobile that money could buy in America. And its performance prowess didn't conclude with that initial sprint. This low-slung wedge of pure velocity devoured the quarter mile in a scant 14.1 seconds, crossing the finish line at an impressive 97 miles per hour. Its turbocharged engine screaming its defiance all the way to a top speed of 148 miles per hour. Compounding its performance advantage was its remarkably low weight. Tipping the scales at under 3,000 pounds, the Esprit Turbo was an exercise in Colin Chapman's famous philosophy of simplify, then add lightness. To provide a contemporary perspective, this iconic sports car weighed less than a modern Mazda MX-5 Miata, a vehicle renowned for its agility and lightweight construction. The equation was simple, and the result was exhilarating. A stellar horsepower-to-weight ratio endowed the Esprit with blistering acceleration, while its meticulously engineered chassis provided handling that could only be described as razor-sharp. This wasn't merely an underdog contender. It was a street-legal scalpel, capable of surgically dissecting the performance credentials of far more conventionally powered rivals. It confidently outmaneuvered the V8-powered Ford Mustang GT, held its own against the sophisticated Porsche 944 Turbo S, and even dared to nip at the heels of legendary supercars like the Ferrari 328 and the formidable Chevrolet Corvette ZR1. But The essence of the 1988 Lotus Esprit Turbo extended beyond the cold, hard numbers of performance. Let us step inside its cockpit, for 1988 marked a pivotal year in the Esprit's evolution, one that transcended mere velocity. Lotus, a company deeply rooted in the pursuit of ultimate lap times, had been diligently learning and adapting. They recognized that the original Giugiaro-designed aesthetic, undeniably iconic and groundbreaking in its time, was beginning to show its age, its sharp folded lines hinting at a bygone era. Thus, the responsibility of refining this legend was entrusted to their in-house design team. The outcome was a revelation, a sleeker, more curvaceous, and altogether more organic iteration of the Esprit. Gone were the distinctive razor-sharp edges and the overtly geometric folded paper aesthetic that had defined its predecessors. In C, their place emerged flowing lines that caressed the car's silhouette, smoother integrated bumpers that softened its visage, cohesive integrated side skirts that enhanced its grounded stance, and a cleaner, more contemporary front fascia. Yet, despite these significant stylistic revisions, the fundamental wedge-shaped soul of the Esprit remained resolutely untouched. It was still instantly recognizable as a Lotus, but now imbued with a newfound sense of visual sophistication and a palpable increase in sex appeal. This meticulous attention to detail wasn't confined to the exterior. It permeated the interior as well. The traditionally haphazard British switchgear and the often awkward ergonomics of previous Lotus models were consigned to history. In their stead, the 1988 Esprit Turbo offered rake-adjustable Connolly leather, seats that provided both support and luxurious comfort, a redesigned dashboard layout that prioritized driver focus, and a tactile, leather-wrapped steering wheel that felt perfectly sized in the hands. While certain inherent quirks remained, the footwells were still somewhat narrow, the steering column could still obscure the tachometer for taller drivers, and the climate control system possessed the unapologetically boxy aesthetic of an 80s, the boombox. These were minor concessions in what constituted a significant leap forward in interior design and refinement for Lotus. This was Lotus venturing into the realm of perceived luxury, albeit on their own terms. For a small, fiercely independent British company, whose primary obsession revolved around shaving fractions of a second off lap times, this newfound focus on interior appointments was a noteworthy and significant development. However, all discussions of aesthetics and incremental improvements in comfort evaporate the instant you depress the clutch, turn the key, and bring the turbocharged engine to life. Because this is not a car that yearns to be admired under the sterile lights of a showroom. It does not crave a life of pampered stillness within the confines of a climate-controlled garage. The 1988 Lotus Esprit Turbo was unequivocally born to move, its very essence defined by the dynamic interaction between driver, machine, and road. Once the tachometer needle sweeps past the 4,000 RPM mark, the engine transcends mere mechanical noise and begins to truly sing. This is not the guttural roar of a large displacement V8, nor the silky purr of a refined Grand Tourer. Instead, it's a unique, metallic, turbocharged wail that evokes the spirit of a rally car, albeit one civilized just enough to be granted the privilege of wearing a license plate. The steering is nothing short of go-kart quick, possessing an almost telepathic connection to the front wheels. You think an action, and the car instantaneously executes it. The chassis serves as an incredibly communicative conduit, relaying every nuance of the road surface directly to your senses. Every subtle ripple in the pavement, every minute degree of cornering load is faithfully transmitted to your fingertips and the seat of your pants. Grip levels are remarkably high, registering an impressive 0.86 G on the skid pad, but the Esprit's true party trick lies in its exquisite balance. Lift off the throttle mid-corner, and the tail will gently step out, providing a playful invitation to explore the limits of adhesion. Push it harder, and the response is not a sudden, unforgiving snap, but a smooth, controllable slide, a demonstration of handling that is at once playful, predictable, and pure. This was the enduring legacy of Colin Chapman's design philosophy. Alive and well in the 1988 Esprit Turbo, simplify the engineering, then meticulously reduce weight. And it worked brilliantly. In a world increasingly populated by over-engineered grand touring machines that often felt detached from the driving experience, the Esprit possessed an undeniable sense of aliveness. It felt mechanical, honest in its interactions, and utterly engaging. Consider its contemporaries. The Chevrolet Corvette C4 boasted a powerful American V8 and a vast aftermarket for performance enhancements, but it often lacked the delicate finesse of the Lotus. The Porsche 944 Turbo S was a paragon of Teutonic precision, a surgical instrument in its handling capabilities, but arguably somewhat cold and clinical in its feedback. The Ferrari Testarossa exuded undeniable drama and visual presence, but it was significantly heavier, demonstrably slower through corners, and commanded a price tag that was nearly double that of the Esprit. The Lotus Esprit Turbo carved its own distinct niche in this competitive landscape, artfully blending exotic supercar aesthetics, genuine high-performance capabilities, and a surprising degree of everyday usability. And here's the captivating twist. It wasn't just adept at straight-line speed. It was genuinely thrilling and rewarding in the corners. Engage in conversation with owners of these cherished machines today, and you'll invariably hear captivating stories of memorable long road trips undertaken in surprising comfort, exhilarating runs through winding canyon roads where the Esprit's agility truly shone, and even track days where this unassuming British sports car surprised seasoned veterans. And
where forgotten legends and hidden gems of the automotive world come to life. Today's episode isn't about just any old Cadillac. It's about a true unicorn, a concept car that defies time, trends, and logic. Meet the 1999 Cadillac Eldorado, a bold, creamsicle-colored tribute to lowrider culture, custom craftsmanship, and Cadillac's lost swagger at the dawn of the 21st century. This isn't just a custom car, it's a General Motors commissioned masterpiece designed to shake up the auto show floor and reignite Cadillac's image in the eyes of car enthusiasts. And now, it's for sale on Bring a Trailer. Yep, you could own it if you dare. But there's a twist, and we'll get to that. Stick around as we explore how this rare creation came to life, why it mattered in 1999, and how it ended up in the hands of a YouTube celebrity. Buckle up. This is more than a car. It's a time machine. The origins, Cadillac's bold move. Let's set the stage, the late 1990s. GM was undergoing a bit of an identity crisis. Cadillac was known for luxury and comfort, but its reputation for innovation was slipping. Then came the idea to tap into something radically different. Southern California's lowrider and custom car scene, an area deeply rooted in creativity, culture, and individuality. So what did GM do? They greenlit a no-holds-barred show car based on the Eldorado Touring Coupe. This wasn't a prototype for a production vehicle. There were no plans to bring this to market. Instead, it was a rolling art piece, a love letter to the car culture that had long admired Cadillacs from afar. The Eldorado debuted at both the 1999 Los Angeles Auto Show and the Detroit Auto Show, capturing attention with its chopped roof, sleek profile, and bold orange hue. It stood out, not because it screamed performance or innovation, but because it proudly celebrated a stylistic rebellion. This was Cadillac flexing its roots, reaching back into its custom past to say, we still know how to be cool. Built by legends, California Street Rods. To bring this bold vision to life, Cadillac turned to the pros, California Street Rods, a legendary shop based in Huntington Beach. These guys weren't new to the scene. They were veterans in the world of high-end customs and hot rods, and they went to work on the Eldorado like true craftsmen. First up, a chopped roofline giving the car an aggressive slammed stance. The windshield and rear glass were raked for, a faster, sleeker appearance. All exterior trim, gone. Clean, smooth panels replaced chrome in favor of a modern, minimalist look that still whispered "hot rod" from every angle. Then came the extended rear fender skirts, stretched to partially cover the custom 18-inch wheels tucked deep under the arches. The body was lowered by 4 inches, making the already long Eldorado look like it was skimming the ground. But the beauty of this build wasn't just in its visuals. Every decision was deliberate. This car blends the old-school cool of the 50s and 60s with the polished design language of the late 90s. It's not retro for retro's sake. It's a reimagining. A Cadillac as seen through the lens of Southern California's car culture. Powertrain. Performance meets style. Beneath all that custom bodywork beats a familiar heart, a 4.6-liter Northstar V8, pushing out 300 horsepower and mated to a 4-speed automatic transmission. Now we know what you're thinking. This is a front-wheel drive setup, and it's not exactly going to dust off a Corvette at a stoplight, but that's the thing. This car wasn't built to race. It was built to glide, to cruise, to turn heads at a red light and stop shows in their tracks. The Northstar engine was Cadillac's pride back then. It was smooth, quiet, and refined, perfect for a showpiece like the Eldorado. The drivetrain wasn't touched much during the build, and it didn't need to be. With a commanding presence and thunderous growl, this thing was built to move like a Cadillac but look like a dream. Think of it as a sculpture that happens to run, a car that makes statements without saying a word. Power? Sufficient. Style? Off. The charts. The show circuit and media buzz. So how did the world react when the Eldorado hit the show floor? Let's just say it stole the spotlight. At the 1999 LA and Detroit auto shows, journalists, enthusiasts, and even skeptics took notice. Cadillac had made something radically different, and it paid off in terms of buzz. This wasn't your grandpa's. Seville, it was a bold, chop-top Cadillac built in the spirit of SoCal street machines. Media outlets of the time praised it as a fresh take on Cadillac's potential. The brand itself stated, it effectively captures the spirit of the classic hot rod while blending it with contemporary luxury and performance. And they weren't wrong. Remember, this was a pre-Tesla world, a pre-Escalade dominant Cadillac lineup. A car like this wasn't supposed to exist in 1999, and that made it all the more memorable. It brought Cadillac back into the custom car conversation, if only for a moment. A complicated ownership history. Here's where the story gets twisty. After its auto show run, the Eldorado vanished, only to resurface years later in the hands of YouTuber Tyler Hoover, better known as Hoovie from Hoovie's Garage. Tyler added this rare beast to his eclectic collection, sharing it with a whole new generation of car fans. But there's a catch. During GM's bankruptcy era in the late 2000s, the company sold off various concept and promotional vehicles with junk titles to avoid legal liability. The Eldorado was one of them. What does that mean? It's technically not legal for street use. Registering it could be nearly impossible. It was never crash-tested, EPA certified, or built for the open road. It's a show car, pure and simple. So while it may run and drive, you'll need to trailer it to events. But honestly, that just adds to its mystique. It's like owning a sculpture that purrs. Today, on Bring a Trailer, and now, here we are. The 1999 Cadillac Eldorado is up for grabs on Bring a Trailer, giving one lucky buyer the chance to own what is arguably one of the most unique Cadillacs ever made. It's not just a car, it's a symbol. A relic of the pre-millennium era when carmakers still took creative risks. It's a celebration of SoCal lowrider heritage, filtered through Cadillac luxury and late 90s nostalgia. With that wild chopped roof, that vibrant orange paint, and that unmistakable silhouette, this car isn't going to blend in anywhere. Sure, it may not be street legal, but it's perfect for museum display, private collections, or car shows where originality still matters. This is your shot at owning the kind of vehicle that never comes around twice. So what do you think? Should GM bring back this kind of bold creativity in the electric age? Could something like the Eldorado thrive in today's automotive market? Let us know your thoughts in the comments below. If you love stories like this, rare concept cars, forgotten builds, and one-off masterpieces, make sure to like, subscribe, and ring the bell. We've got more automotive legends coming your way every week. And hey, if you've got a spare $270,000 and a garage fit for royalty, the Eldorado might just be waiting for you. Thanks for watching, your channel name, and until next time, keep driving the dream.